Department of Latin American Latino Studies Symposium, Child Migration Across the Americas. We're really happy to see so many people here. Thank you all very much for coming today. I'm Jonathan Inda, and I'm a professor and chair of Latin American Latino Studies here at UIC. Now, before I say a few words about the symposium, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank those who have made this symposium possible. So first of all, I want to thank the panelists and our keynote speaker, Rina Grande, for accepting our invitation to participate in this forum. I think we have a really great program for you today. I also want to thank our co-sponsors, the Institute for the Humanities, and the director, Ellen McClure, and assistant director, Katie Corboy, for letting us use this wonderful space and for supporting the event. And also want to thank Gender Women Studies and Anthropology for their financial and other support in the event. And also the Mellon Foundation. The seminar, well, this symposium is mainly funded by it's called the Affirming Multifocal Humanities grant from the Mellon Foundation. I want to thank the staff in Latin American Latino Studies, like Raya, who's our business manager, Marta Ayala, and also our camera person. Marta Ayala, our community service specialist, and Kelsey Argo Manis and Zora Kazi, our student workers. They've handled a lot of the logistical work for the event, and so the symposium would not be possible without them. Thanks also to In Trin. She's the award specialist in the Office of Social Science Research, and she handled all the travel and hotel arrangements for our out-of-town guests. Finally, I want to acknowledge that the symposium was the brainchild of Dr. Soledad Alvarez Velasco. And she is one of our faculty in Latin American Latino Studies and a wonderful scholar of migration, including child migration. She coordinates the bilingual digital humanities project called Children on the Move, an ethnographic mosaic of the Americas, which was developed by an interdisciplinary network of scholars in the U.S. Mexico working on child migration. So thank you so much for your vision and for all the incredible work you put into this event. Now just a few words about, it's like a safety blanket, I'm just curious. Just a few words about the symposium. So over the last 10 years, with the exception of 2020, when COVID-19 led to restrictions, the number of children migrating across Latin America and the Caribbean has steadily increased. And indeed, millions of children have left their homes and communities and crossed multiple borders seeking better lives elsewhere. Now, in some cases, they have moved with parents or guardians. In others, they have traveled all alone, what we call unaccompanied minors. And there are many reasons why children and families are propelled to move. Some children and families migrate in search of better opportunities or to rejoin family members. Others are fleeing political and other kinds of persecution or escaping extreme poverty. And making matters worse are political and criminal violence, dysfunctional states, and natural catastrophes resulting from climate change. Notably, millions of children and families who move do not have access to legal pathways to migration. They thus often have to resort to taking long, clandestine routes in which they face all kinds of peril, extreme weather, disease, exploitation, abuse, and violence at the hands of criminal groups, state authorities, and the human smugglers they pay to help them navigate their journey. And after facing all this peril, it is not uncommon for child migrants to be arrested while in transit or once they reach their destinations. So children all too commonly end up being separated from their families and deported. And even if they reach their destination and gain entry, migrant children face significant hurdles in accessing various kinds of social services. Many governments and communities are struggling to meet the needs not only of migrants, but also their more settled communities. And efforts to provide resources to migrants have met with some resistance from local residents. we're seeing that play itself out in Chicago right now for a variety of reasons. I'm sure we'll talk about this later. Now, given the scale and complexity of child migration, it has become imperative to get a better grasp of this multifaceted phenomenon. Now, the Child Migrations Across the Americas Symposium aims to understand the complexities of child migration on our continent. And in particular, it aims to, one, critically understand the role that child migration has played in past and present migratory processes across the Americas. Two, comprehend the lived experiences of Latin American migrant children across the Americas, highlighting the interconnections between Latin American countries as spaces of expulsion and transit, and the United States as a space of destination where children face multiple forms of social, economic, and legal violence. Three, explore the politics of care that migrant children, their caretakers, and communities have deployed to cope with the diverse and health and social impacts of migration. And four, learn from testimonials about how Latin American migrant children have resisted and signified migration. And so the symposium participants include UIC scholars from diverse departments and colleges, international researchers in the field of child migration, and activists, writers, artists, and migrants. So we have organized the symposium into 3 panels, 2 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. Our first morning panel, titled Past and Present, will explore the history and present of diverse child migration experiences across the Americas. Our second morning panel, Politics of Care, will focus on the care that migrant children and communities have deployed to cope with health and social impacts of migration. And our afternoon panel, which will happen after our lunch break, titled Resistance and Advocacy, will focus on how Latin American children have resignified child migration, as well as on advocacy on behalf of child migrants. Now, after all our panels are over, we will have a keynote by the wonderful writer, Reina Grande, and then Professor Alberto Velasco will close the symposium by saying words. So we really hope that you enjoy the conference, although of course child migration is a difficult and emotional topic. So thank you so much again for coming, and we will kind of transition to our first panel. So thank you.
Given 12 minutes to present, and we want to try and make this as dialogic as possible. I get the message. This is the way it's going to go from now on. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll begin so that we can, in the interest of time. And what's the first panel is called The Past and Present of Child Migration. And I think that this is the wonderful part of the study of migration, is that it's of enduring interest. It's an enduring process, but it's also a presentist process, and it's also a process that helps us think about or imagine different kinds of futures. So the panel this panel in particular explores the past and present of diverse child migration experiences across the Americas. And our very first speaker is the marvelous organizer of the conference, my dear colleague and friend in anthropology, Soledad Alvarez Velasco, who will be talking about coyotes in the migration process. So go ahead, Soledad, and I'll be rude and interject a little bit, so that we can leave it open for questions. Take the stage.
Today, finally, after all, we have been working here. So, without further ado, let's start. The Andean region has recently become a new epicenter of migration, and in particular, an epicenter of child migration. Migration data has primarily supported this narrative, and here I have some examples to share with you. First, within the Venezuelan exodus, 1 million children migrated. Second, this year, more than 80,000 children crossed the Darien to the US, while most were Venezuelans, others were Ecuadorians, Colombians, and Peruvians. And third, the U.S. Customs and Border Protection confirmed that between 2020 and 2023, a record number of unaccompanied Ecuadorian, Colombian, and Venezuelan children were encountered at the southern border. This means that in 3 years, Colombian unaccompanied children increased from 30 to 1,400, Venezuelans from 28 to 3,000, and Ecuadorians from 600 to 4,000. These growing numbers of course prove that Andean children are present in the increasingly complex roads across and from the Andean region to the U.S. However, aside from those numbers, little has been said about the history of that migration, nor have we heard from those children how they experience those international mobilities. Beyond those numbers, we don't know who those Andean children on the move are. The migration data can capture public attention, turning visible a phenomena that apparently is not existent. The visibilization, nonetheless, can also be apparent. Critical migration scholars have argued that datafication of migration is a power technique that prehistoric sites of migration, turning many aspects of migrant lives, including their struggles, into refined data, usually used to justify reinforced control, especially when those figures increase. Childhood migration scholars have also been critical of the visualization of migrant children through numbers. For decades, children were not considered protagonists of migration, only visualized as an appendix of migrant mothers, as voiceless passive subjects, or as luggage to be carried, echoing Madeleine Dobson's critique. So visualizing migrant children through numbers has exacerbated the historical concealment of their voices and their subjective power, reinforcing therefore an adult-centered perspective. So along with those critical perspectives that are encouraging us to historicize child migration and rescale our attention on the body and lived experiences of migrant children, in this short paper I want to do two things. First, historicize Andean migration to dismantle the idea that this is a recent phenomenon, and second, through the testimonials of sons and daughters of migrant parents left in Ecuador and Venezuelan adolescents on route at the roots of these cases, I want to show you how they have been impacted by reinforced and externalized border regime running across the Americas, how they have circumvented that regime while inventing strategies of self-care and own knowledge of minority. My paper is based in two multi-sided ethnographies. The first was developed in 2019 in Ecuador as part of the digital project Children on the Move, founded by National Geographic Society, which I co-coordinated with Valentina Roble, and the second comes from recent exploration conducted in the Panamanian side of the Darien Jungle Group Center. Child migration is not a recent phenomenon in the Andes. Migration historians have shown that children were part of the brutal forced arrival of enslaved Africans to the region, and that indigenous children were part of forced displacement during colonial times and early independence years. Since the mid-20th century, during the oil boom, rural urban migration increased, and children were part of them. Between the 1970s and 1990s, when Venezuela was a part of investigation, Andean children migrated there with their families. As part of long-standing interregional migration, Colombian children have been internally displaced and taking refuge in neighboring countries, while Ecuadorian indigenous children have been migrating to Peru, Colombia, or Chile under exploitative labor schemes. In the 1980s, with the first peak of Andean migration to the U.S., children started to come to this country. The Ecuadorian case is exemplary here. After various years, once their parents were settled, children were mandados a buscar, or sent for, which locally means that parents pay for coyotes to bring their sons to the U.S. Using the same hyper-risky lab, air, and sea routes used by adults, Ecuadorian children unlawfully traversed borders with coyotes until they were sent for. Los que se quedan, the children left behind, grew up in the absence of their parents, being cared for mainly by their abuelas. This is how Ecuadorian transnational families were created, as care arrangements circulated between children, abuelas, and remote mother and father groups. If Ecuadorian children unlawfully cross borders with coyotes, it is a direct effect of racist, reinforced, and externalized border control. Since the 1990s, and especially post 9/11, the U.S. hardened and externalized its borders to contain unwanted global south migration, including that of children. Mexico and some Central American countries turned into U.S. preliminary borders, and this regional border regime does not distinguish in age. Adults and children are subjected to visas, detention, and deportation. Additionally, the U.S. immigration system does not provide legal paths allowing undocumented parents to reunite with their children, limiting the fundamental right to live in family and confining them to be mandados a buscar via violent routes which have taken the lives of many children. An iconic example is the Ecuadorian case of Marlene Alvarez Illa, a 12 years old indigenous girl who died in 2014 in Juarez. Like her, many others have died. I'm curious if those numbers we don't know. On the other hand, Venezuelan children have been migrating to South America since the late 20th century. Initially, those countries showed solidarity, opening borders. However, as Venezuelan class origin changed and the number of impoverished migrants grew, border control reinforced through episodic militarization and imposition of visas in Ecuador, Peru, and Chile. This is how Venezuelans, including children, have been confined to cross for torture, as unlawful river and land border pathways are known. As living conditions in South America deteriorated, Venezuelans have opted to traverse Mediterranean to reach the U.S., being an unaccompanied adolescent at significant prices. As you can see, unlike children is not a new phenomenon. In the past 4 decades, it has been part of the dynamics of the Americas, and they have been directly impacted by violent effects of the regional border regime. Now let's learn from them. I will now share 4 extracts of testimonials of Ecuadorian and Venezuelan migrant children whom I met during field work. So this is Mateo, a 9-year-old son of a migrant parent, and he said this: my dad lives in a country called New York, and I miss him. I have a hole with sorrow in my chest. He said that one day when I finish school, I will go. I don't know when that day will be, but while I grow, I think that maybe tomorrow and I might take 70 roads. She is Janine, 14 years old, daughter of my grandparents, and she said this: mi abuela is my mom. I was a newborn when my parents left. They took a truck that overturned Chiapas and both died. Sometimes I imagine what they went through, but I don't like it. While I never met them, I love them. I imagine that I live here and meet them, which makes me happy. What is a border, you ask me? For me, a border is the border between the U.S. and Mexico. It is something that separates, and it is very difficult to cross. Here is Jonathan, 16 years old. I turned 11 in a Manila track. My parents paid a coyote to took me by plane. We pretended to be father and son within someone else's passport. Before departing, I had training sessions. The coyote taught me what to respond, change my look and name, and in Nicaragua the police did not believe us. They detained us. I was busy and my body froze from fear knowing that I would be deported. I cried for months. I was only half away from my parents. The day I turned 18, I believed. And finally, she is Raúl of Venezuela, 16 years old. Young people can't stay in Venezuela. I left with my boyfriend. We reached Ecuador because there are dollars. We don't have passports or visa, so we entered for work. Since I left Venezuela, I have to work and send money to my family. I care for them. Ecuador got violent, so we left. After we enter the Galilee, there are many minors like me that take care of each other. I'm only 16 and I have crossed rivers and jungles, and I will continue until I get to the US. Like them, thousands of Ecuadorians and Venezuelans, migrant children, far from being voiceless or passive, are subjects with an unrelenting power and capacity to understand the harsh realities of their countries and regional mobility control. At early ages, they accumulate migratory knowledge and experiences. We coyotes buy food, buy trocha, they defy the racist, violent, and externalized border regime running across the Americas. Their lives were disrupted because their parents left, were mandados a buscar, were forced to migrate, detained, or deported. Like Janine, many have turned orphans because the U.S. externalized border, as she clearly defines, is the border that increasingly takes off migrants' lives, expanding orphanhood. Some adolescents, like Raul said, have become providers of their families, and since early ages all tried self-care strategies while imagining and shaping other possible lives for them. To close, it won't be migration data that will allow us to understand the complexities of Ghanaian child migration. It will be their voices that will teach us their experience with national mobilities being impacted by violent border regime while they defy it. Their voices show us how regional states have reinforced border control instead of reinforcing the policies of protection. Hence, those states have failed to protect those children on the route. We must learn much more from them and the children the protagonists of historical migrations that have shaped and continue to shape the Americas. Thank you.
Thank you, Soledad. There is a clip-on. Does the clip-on microphone work? Oh, it is. Ah, okay. All right. So they have to use the handheld one. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. Thanks, Soledad. Perfect timing. Wonderful paper. Our next presenter is Yvonne Patia Rodriguez, who is in our UIC Department of History. Who will talk about childhoods denied, the history of rights violations against migrant Latinx youth in the US. Welcome, and it's all yours.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us today. I'm going to talk about the history of Mexican and Central American child migrants in the United States in the mid and late 20th centuries. I'm really grateful that Soledad went before me to get us thinking about the historical context of this issue. I'm also going to try to help us understand the origins of modern humanitarian dilemmas related to child migration, as well as how migrant Latinx youth were denied the various rights associated with modern childhood in the past. In the mid and late 20th century in America, there were two large-scale movements of undocumented Latin Americans to the US. The first happened during and after World War II. Labor shortages caused by the war led the US government to negotiate a labor agreement with Mexico known as the Bracero Program. The program brought millions of contract laborers to the United States between 1942 and 1964 to work mainly on southwestern farms. Even though the Bracero Program was created with the explicit goal of regulating unauthorized migration, it actually spurred more undocumented border crossings of adults and children. There are numerous reasons why this is the case, but today I'll just mention two of them, which are that one, the program was only open to adult males, and two, that the demand for contracts far outweighed the number of contracts available through the program. So thousands of men, women, and children who either could not secure contracts or were not eligible for the program in the first place entered the US without authorization. Women and children also wanted to join their bracero and undocumented husbands and fathers in the US, or in the case of unaccompanied minors, they wanted to work and send money home to Mexico. At mid-century, undocumented youth who migrated to the US without authorization ended up working on farms alongside their parents or on their own. The post-1965 period of U.S. history represents another moment of large-scale undocumented migration from Mexico and Central America. The termination of the Bracero program in 1964, the passage of the Immigration Act of 1965, which created numerical restrictions for Latin American immigration for the first time in U.S. history, and the preference for refugees fleeing communism significantly closed off legal avenues for entry, making unauthorized entry the only option for millions of Mexicans who entered the U.S. after 1965, and those who entered from Central America in large numbers in the 80s and 90s, fleeing U.S.-backed and involved civil wars. Among them were hundreds of thousands of minors. I bring up these two moments of mid and late 20th century child migration to demonstrate that recent migration of children are part of a much longer history of child migration to the United States. Child migration is not a new phenomenon, something you'll probably hear throughout the day. It was not born in 2014 with the arrival of 70,000 unaccompanied minors at the border, or 2018 when zero tolerance provoked widespread debate and rebuke about immigrant family separation and detention. The other important point to keep in mind is that rights violations against migrant youth are also not recent inventions. In fact, migrant youth were denied the various rights of childhood across the 20th century. The concept of the modern childhood had and continues to have a variety of rights associated with it. They included the right to safety, familial integrity or family unity, protection from prolonged incarceration or incarceration in adult sites of confinement, protection from labor exploitation, and educational access. Now, I'm going to share 3 case studies to introduce you to migrant children's access to the bundle of rights associated with this notion of a protected childhood in the mid and late 20th century. The first of those studies concerns the history of migrant child detention, deportation, and family separation. In response to the growth of unauthorized migration in the post-1965 period, the Immigration and Naturalization Service began to introduce military-grade technologies and tactical gear to their policing of the U.S.-Mexico border. This militarization of the border, paired with the lack of legal avenues available for lawful migration, caused children and families to rely more heavily on coyote smugglers to transport them across the U.S.-Mexico border. By 1975, over 70% of migrants, and especially unaccompanied minors, purchased the services of a smuggler. In order to prevent the continued growth of undocumented migration, the Immigration Service decided to prosecute coyote smugglers in court as an indictment of the smuggling business, but also as a deterrent to further undocumented migration. But this decision did little to hold accountable well-resourced human smugglers who could secure bail within a single day of arrest. Instead, as authorities gathered material witnesses against coyotes, the decision caused the mass imprisonment of thousands of Mexican and Central American minors, in addition to widespread family separation and children's lone deportation into northern Mexico. These children were held in detention for days and weeks on end as material witnesses to testify against their smugglers in court. Government officials justified these rights violations by claiming a commitment to protection and humanitarianism. When migrant children were detained for prolonged periods of time, the immigration claimed their detention was necessary to prosecute their smugglers. That because children's testimonies were needed in these prosecution cases, minors' imprisonment to ensure their appearance in court was in their, quote, best interest, end quote. When children were detained separately from their parents to interrogate the child about their smuggling, prison and immigration officials justified this by arguing that family separation ultimately protected innocent children from the adults who dared subject them to transnational migration, whether smugglers or their own parents. At the same time, government officials were acknowledging migrant minors' childhood innocence. To justify their imprisonment and family separation, detained undocumented minors were also being incarcerated alongside adults charged with criminal offenses. Their physical proximity to imprisoned adults hardened perceptions of migrant youth as criminal and blurred the lines between adolescence and adulthood, effectively adultifying them. When it came to children's lone deportation in the late 20th century, the Immigration Service argued that deportation was in an undocumented minor's best interest because removal from the nation allowed for a child's release from immigration prison. That's why on the screen you see news coverage about deported youth who, quote, returned to Mexico with smiles, end quote. My second case study concerns the history of migrant child labor exploitation and the origins of undocumented youth labor trafficking. I mentioned earlier that at mid-century, undocumented migrant youth ended up working in the fields alongside their undocumented and bracero fathers, or sometimes alone, as unaccompanied minors because of their family's extreme poverty at home. Another reason migrant Mexican children in the mid and late 20th century ended up working in the fields predominantly was because of the 1938 federal child labor ban included a broad exemption for work in agriculture, which historically employed thousands of ethnic Mexican children. By the late 20th century, this loophole in child labor law, the increase in child migration, the explosion of the human smuggling business, and the buildup of the deportation regime and the militarization of the border resulted in the labor trafficking of undocumented youth, which advocates compare to, quote, virtual slavery, end quote, as you can see on the screen. What this meant was that undocumented youth in the late 20th century found themselves confined on farms and forced to labor in exploitative conditions to pay back their smuggling debts. They were threatened with violence, arrest, and deportation. When police and immigration officials learned of possible migrant labor exploitation in rural localities, they conducted immigration raids to, quote, protect, end quote, the children, which then triggered their arrests and long-term detention as material witnesses who had to testify against their smugglers and traffickers. When judges did prosecute agricultural child labor violations, judges blamed migrant parents for the exploitation and constant migration endured by migrant youth. Judges fined parents and even incarcerated them in county jails for being unable to pay these fines, again, in order to, quote, protect, end quote, children from labor exploitation. Finally, the third case study has to do with the history of migrant youth's access to educational opportunity. When it comes to migrant children's educational access, there were a variety of tools used to try to deprive migrant youth of their educational access in the mid and late 20th century. Among them were education laws that had discriminatory alienage provisions that enabled administrators to refuse school enrollment to migrant youth, while others had mandatory reporting language that required school officials to report undocumented students to the Immigration Service. Newly developed data collection technologies in the 1970s also enabled the detection of undocumented students and their parents by law enforcement. In 1982, the Supreme Court decision of Filer v. Doe struck down the laws that deprived migrant minors of their educational access. The lawyers for the undocumented children in the case succeeded because their trial strategy relied on the portrayal of a, quote, warm picture of innocent human beings who were said to be without fault, end quote, for their family's undocumented immigration status. Even though Filer's presumption of childhood innocence has had the effect of preserving non-citizen children's right to K-12 education into the present day, it also helps cement the idea that undocumented parents' conduct was criminal. The warm portrayal of innocent school children succeeded in institutionalizing children's role as rights bearers at the expense of their adult parents, who were portrayed as the criminal actors responsible for their children's unauthorized immigration status. Before I conclude, I want to briefly emphasize that children did not passively accept any of these rights violations. In addition to advocating for themselves, their families, and fellow workers, these children sometimes challenge the power of labor, immigration, school, and carceral state officials through various forms of explicit and subtle protest on the streets, in workplaces, and in courtrooms. But ultimately, poor migrant youth's racialization enabled their preclusion from the privileges of childhood innocence and exacerbated their vulnerability to detention and deportation. Children's multiple border crossings and lack of legal status were used as rationale to disqualify them from legal protections designed to facilitate mainly white children's exercise of the right to childhood. Law and the concept of alienage nullified their access not just to the rights of childhood, but to childhood itself. Thanks so much for your attention. I'm really enjoying this conversation.
Thank you. Everyone is really keeping the time on. So our next speaker is Valentina Glockner, who joins us from Mexico City, from the National Polytechnic Institute Center for Research and Advanced Studies. And she's going to talk about child migration from within and through Mexico, a border regime for children. Welcome, Valentina.
Well, thank you I'm here. I'm gonna slow a little bit because this is not my native language. Please bear with me. I'm going to present a work in progress. This is research effort, but also an effort, collective effort of building memory of the present, in the sense that children experiences, children's knowledge rarely make into the institutional archives and places where big story is being written, and therefore we are losing this history of borderlands. And because in migration scenarios things change so quickly, we must be always paying attention to the ways children are building knowledge, building resistance, but also building re-existencia, re-existing through borders, within borders, across, and also thanks to borders, right? I'm going to present, I'm going to talk about, as I said, a work in progress, but I want to share with you the arte de protesta, the protesting art of a group of Mexican unaccompanied, as if the state would name them, it would be Mexican unaccompanied minors. What they call themselves is chavos migrantes, which just means migrant youth or youth on the move, who have left most of them southern part of Mexico. I'm so glad that Yvonne and Soledad came before me, because they gave you a very potent context in which children and youth moving from and through Mexico is right now. The pictures that Yvonne was showing have almost never haven't changed, in the sense that rural immigrant or campesino children are still living in the same conditions. But one very important thing here is that we have to recognize how this, what we should say, like different, what we must think as different and non-connected fluxes of migrant children are actually evolving one into the other. What I want to say is that these children that Yvonne talks about are today modern Mexico forced displaced. Those children who started moving as jornaleros and braceros later became unauthorized migrants into the U.S. for other purposes, maybe not only harvesting, Then they were deported or returnees, and when they came back to their regions of origin in campesino farmlands and indigenous towns, they found their home places devastated by cartel control, the war on drugs, and what preceded the fentanyl crisis, which was poppy cultivation, and they are today Mexican forced displaced communities. And this is not new. What I want to say, this is not new children coming out of nowhere. They are the direct result of those historical communities who have never had a chance, right? Who have been facing border regimes that just find the ways of excluding and violating them again and again through historical changes. So that's my topic today. I want to talk, because we have very few time, and I hope I'll be articulate enough, about the construction, something that is not new at all. So how we've been witnessing the build-up, the construction of a border regime. Soledad and Yvonne have explained it in historical terms, and I want to talk about the most contemporary manifestations of a border regime made for children, or how the border regime is becoming so specialized, so sensitive, so effective, that it's addressing children in very specific, sometimes violent, sometimes subtle ways, sometimes legitimized, sometimes even admitted and naturalized and normalized ways. So I want to point out how this border regime works through specific pathways, dynamics, tools, discourses, manifestations. I don't want to assume these are the only ones. I'm not implying these are new and haven't existed before, but are very important to understand what it means to be a migrant kid, or a kid on the move, a children on the move, within, from Mexico, or through Mexico. So first of all, I want to signal out that this borderization regime works through the children's bodies, emotions, psyches, relationships, kinships, not to govern only children, not to filtrate and control and prohibit the free movement of children, but also of their families and their whole communities. But children are being taken as a very strong and a very effective tool to inflict terror, to inflict pain, and to control other communities and populations. So this regime is made upon intersectional categories and tools and different experience of existence, which are age, socioeconomic status, but it's also very strongly based on a morality discourse, and which addresses to purity, children's innocence. It takes them as apolitical subjects or victims of migration, and also it's based on the racialization of innocence. So children are being used as a tool for the externalization of borders. This idea that we must protect children from traveling, we must protect children whose negligent parents dare to bring them with coyotes to the other side, has created in Mexico, has evolved in the fact that Mexico has become a vertical border. This means that the border that children cross is no longer a fine line between Mexico and the US. Now the whole country is a border in which children have to protect themselves not only from immigration authorities, but from protection authorities, who, in the name of the superior interest of the child, based in the Convention of the Rights of Children, are also watching out, detaining, taking children to private and government shelters, many times separating them from their families. And what was one breaking point of this build-up of this new regime, border regime for children? Around, you must remember, around the summer of 2014, the unaccompanied migrant children crisis declared in this very country that also was declared in Mexico and allowed for our governments to sign Programa Frontera Sur, which was a historical moment for the use of money for militarization of borders. The immediate result of Programa Frontera Sur was that the deportations in Mexico of migrant children increased between 35 and 60% within the first 2 years. So the idea, the question here is crisis for whom, right? Another very important aspect of this regime for children, borderization regime, is the euphemisation of child care and protection, and the euphemisation of state violence through care and protection. Soledad has talked about Noemí Álvarez Guillay, and she, for me, represents the most dramatic picture of this euphemisation of state violence. Noemí was probably murdered, or she probably committed suicide within a government shelter at the northern border of Mexico. And the same authorities who hid many of the violences she had suffered, including sexual violence, the same Mexican authorities who hid those signals in her body and her probably causes of death, later named one of the biggest shelter in that state, in Chihuahua, after Noemí Álvarez Guillay. So she represents this border regime in which child protection, taking you away from the hands of coyotes, preventing you to cross the desert, put you in this protection scheme, and then letting you suffer all these violences and probably lead you to death. So who fits in this protection? Who's financing this protection? Programa Frontera Sur coincides with a boom of government shelters in the northern border of Mexico, many which are being partially or fully funded by private institutions, not only in the US, but also abroad. And the problem is that access of information in Mexico is very scarce. It's really difficult to know because there is no accountability. But the question here is who's funding that protection? Who benefits from care and protection that ultimately becomes detention and ultimately, like in a huge percentage, becomes deportation? Again, legitimized by care and the best superior interest of the child, in the sense that all these children legally are being reunified or returned to their families. But we know what awaits them in their hometowns, and it's also incredibly violent in the sense that their families, or at least the part of the families they want to be with, are in the US, not back in their hometowns. So another thing that is very important of care and protection as a borderization regime is that innocence moves through racialization. So who is deemed of care and protection is also a pathway to decide who can get international protection, asylum, and become a refugee. And that falls through racialization regimes. This is, hello, my name is Cheyo. I am from the state of Oaxaca. I came to help my family. I've suffered a lot. I've tried 5 times, but in spite of everything, I don't give up. I have been kidnapped once, but I do not give up. I know I'm stronger. My story is true. Courage, life goes on. So I'm presenting these 2 pictures because not only violence, euphemisation of state violence, and the intertwining of care and protection with violence is a substantial part of the border regime. We also have many strategies of resistencia and resistance, and we also are witnessing a reborderization from below. And I want to be very explicit in this. Children and families are not the new, but the most potent actors in international mobility. And we've seen it in Mexico. We've witnessing in the sense that migration has become a way of collectively constructing memory on migration, in the sense that families are no longer able to accept that migration means leaving your children behind, that you will never probably see them again, or that you have to spend most of your life without them. They know what's the result on their communities, on their societies, and that they are no longer accepting this. So we have migrant caravans. Migrant caravans have become not just a strategy to protect themselves, but a strategy to rebel against the border regime, but also against structural violence in their home communities. They are collective rebellions on the move, and they are the statement that to move is no longer the duty of parents and adults to sustain life and children. They show us how children and youth are absolutely enmeshed in the reproduction of daily life, and having to move is just one more dimension of it. So thank you so much.
While Soledad is setting up the slides, I'd like to introduce the final speaker for the panel, and that's Daisy Diaz-Strong, who's here at UIC in our College of Social Work. And Daisy will speak about the adolescent and adult transitions of unaccompanied Mexican and Central American documented minors. So Daisy, take it away.
Okay, so I'm going to bring in a developmental lens to this conversation about child migration, and specifically think about how undocumented, unaccompanied minors, and in this case, those who immigrate as teenagers, come to understand themselves as adults. These child migrants they're not necessarily fitting with the U.S. understandings of childhood and adulthood. So then how is it that they themselves experience that becoming adults? But I always like to make some important distinctions here when we talk about child migrants, again, bringing in a developmental lens. Much of the literature on the transition to adulthood and child migrants has focused on those who immigrate in early and middle childhood. We tend to talk about them as the 1.5 generation. We have less on those who immigrate as teenage arrivals. And some of this sort of more mainstream understanding of child migration that has been informed by the younger arrivals also presents some challenges, because then that creates a sense of which child migrants are deserving of protection and who is not deserving of protection. So when we think about those who immigrate as young children, they may be uninvolved in the decision to immigrate. It might be very much their parents' decisions. They are immigrating early, and so they're developing their aspirations, the sense of what their adult futures would look like, and their roles that they see as meaningful within the U.S. context. There's a greater distance between when they're integrating into the U.S. and when they're becoming adults. And school enrollment tends to be expected. Schools then becomes this really important part of their integration process in the U.S. But when we talk about those who immigrate as teenagers, as many of the speakers have said, they have a lot of agency in the migration process. They're very much involved in having discussions with families and making decisions with their families about immigrating. Sometimes they are going against their family's wishes, and they are making the decision despite their parents asking them not to immigrate. They also are developing their aspirations, their sense of what adulthood's going to look like, the roles that they find meaningful outside of the U.S. context. Although, of course, as they immigrate, it's also being informed by the U.S. context. And they're navigating multiple transitions at the same time, right? So they are learning the language, learning the culture, navigating illegality. They are also going through the monumentous changes that happen in adolescence, increased autonomy, increased independence, increased risk-taking. And yet, they are still developmentally vulnerable. We know that, the brain doesn't fully develop until the mid-20s. And so the ability to navigate these really complex situations, there's still a sense of experience needed to be able to do that. Many teenage arrivals might be entering adult roles as adolescents. And because of that, they might be getting adultified, right? They're not in schools, they're working, and so we don't need to treat them like children. They don't deserve protection. And then, of course, the idea that they're going to enroll in school, in many cases, may not hold because either they're shut out of schools, there's barriers to school enrollment, or it simply doesn't align with their motivation for immigrating or their family circumstances that require them to work and not enroll in school. So when we think about how migration or how adulthood has been conceptualized in the United States, there's a couple of ways. One is sociologists who tend to view the transition to adulthood through role markers. These are the 5 role markers that have been identified. Moving out of your parents' home, full-time employment, marriage, parenting, and completing school. Now, developmental psychologists have pushed back against the idea of role markers being how young people understand themselves as adults. And they have said that it's a much more internal process and have identified these 4 criteria of how internally people see themselves as adults. So the first 3 you can see here really lend themselves to sort of this idea of self-sufficiency, right? So feeling that they've accepted responsibility for their actions and choices. The ability to make independent decisions. And then also financial independence from parents. A 4th one has been added based on research with racialized youth, and they have found that another criteria is social responsibility or consideration of others. But do these fit how unaccompanied teenage, undocumented youth come to see themselves as adults? So what you will see here, I'm going to share 2 stories. The first one is Rafael. You'll see here the markers of adulthood that have been identified. At the bottom, you'll see the age when the young person attained this marker. And then you'll see a couple of quotes that provide a little bit more context for their experience, but also show some of these internal criteria that have been found. So Rafael finished school when he was 14. He saw that his father was getting too old to be able to provide for the family, and he made the decision that he would immigrate to the United States. As you can see here, he talks about how at 15, he didn't think about himself. He thought about his parents and his sisters, and he felt that someone had to take the reins and contribute to the family. So, he immigrated. At that point, he obviously moved out of his parents' home. He came to the U.S., started working full-time. As you can see in the second quote, he was financially responsible for himself and also financially supporting family in Mexico. As he says here, each check had a sort of, it was allocated in some way, including helping family. Now, he didn't get married until he was 26, and he wasn't a parent when I spoke to him. So, one of the questions that I asked my participants was, okay, so when did you start to feel like an adult? So that's the age that Rafael told me that he started to feel like an adult. He was 24 years old. So, I was shocked. And so when I asked him, well, but you were doing all of these things when you were very young. Why did you not feel adult at that time? And this was his response. He said, because at the age of 17, 19, 20, 21, you're a person who cannot make decisions for yourself. And if you make decisions, sometimes you don't know if you make the right ones. Or you feel you're being independent. And yes, you are, but not as it should be. You make a decision and you do it just because it came to your mind. You never think about it. It worked out great. It went badly, oh well. What happens, happens. And now, no, you think first and then you act. So you can see here there's a real sort of, it's not just about making independent decisions. It's not just about being independent. It was the sense of, did he have, could he make thoughtful decisions? Did he feel ready for the kind of independence that he had to take on as a young person? Good? Yes, okay, then I can slow down a second. Okay, this is another story. This is Liliana. You can see that it'll vary from Rafael quite a bit. So Liliana is from Guatemala. Her parents left Guatemala when she was 8. Liliana remained with her grandmother and her 3 siblings. And her parents fled because of violence. They were trying to extort them for money because of their business. And when the parents left, the threats towards the family didn't end. So eventually they tried to get support from the government. The government put Liliana and her sisters in an orphanage, which was a really terrible experience for Liliana. She eventually fled to the United States with her sisters when she was 16 years old. When she came to the U.S., because she had her parents here, she had their financial support. She was able to enroll in high school. When I spoke to her, she was a college student full-time. She was not working. She was applying for asylum, and the family worried that if she worked, that would hinder her ability to get asylum. So she really just did some babysitting and some tutoring. Still living at home, not married, not parent. Right? So none of the markers of adulthood here are reached, and none of the internal criteria in the sense of being financially independent. But when I asked her when she started to feel adult, she said 10 years old, right? So we see this disconnection between how we think about adulthood and how young people experience their own sense of adulthood. So when I asked Leanna, okay, so, why did you feel adult at that time? This was her response. It was a big shock for me when they took me to the orphanage. When I remember that moment, I call it my training ground, because in that orphanage, many injustices occurred. So I feel that I opened my eyes to the world in which I lived and to all the injustices, to everything that is happening. I say that was my transition from child to adult, because my parents left and it was my responsibility. I was the oldest. I would say I have to be well. I have my sisters. And so I took on that burden. When I left there, my grandmother, because she always became very hysterical, very stressed by everything that happened, so it was I who had to keep my siblings motivated and help them. So we see a couple of things here. One, as many have pointed out here, this government trying to care and protect these young kids was actually harming them, right? And it was that care from the government that actually prompted her to recognize the injustices that were occurring in the world and to gain at such an early age a sense of maturity and understanding. And then it's also combined with the sense of responsibility that she had to take on within her family for the well-being of her siblings. So just to summarize a little bit here, right? We can see in Rafael's case that he is being pushed into early adult roles. There's, of course, structural inequality, lack of opportunity that is channeling him out of schooling in Mexico, then into migration, and then once in the United States, out of school also and into exploitative work. On one hand, is structurally constrained, the pathway that he's taking, and yet at the same time, it's very much agentic, and it's very much experienced as agentic, because there's a lot of value. It's imbued with all kinds of cultural value, the roles that he is taking on, right? So it's both at the same time. I think we always have to keep that in mind. Still, the feeling of adulthood didn't follow immediately. It was a more gradual process, and it was attributed to making more mature decisions. In Liliana's case, there was sustained hardship, and there was this earlier and more abrupt feeling of adulthood, and attributed to her awareness of social injustice and responsibility for others. And this was despite the fact that she didn't meet any of these markers of adulthood. So in either case, Rafael nor Liliana really fit with the way we understand adulthood in the U.S. And I would say that it's important for us not to fit young migrants into U.S. understandings of childhood, adulthood, but to really understand their own lived experiences, their own subjective experiences. And I think what it does is that it tells us the meaning, right, that they made out of their circumstances that may or may not fit even with our own expectations. When I started doing this research, I was interested in the experiences of teenage arrivals, and one of the things people would say to me is, well, maybe they're not teenagers, they're adults. And I, was like, well, I don't know, we'll find out, I guess. And I wasn't sure what I was going to find, but to know that in many cases they did not experience themselves as adults, even as they were taking on adult responsibility, and they tell us that agency and vulnerability have to be mutually exclusive. Thank you.
All candidates from here. You still need to do the same when the name is on. Okay, alright. Thank you so much. So with that, so we have 20 minutes for questions. So we can open up the floor. I'll moderate as much as I can, but hopefully we can have a nice switch on as we go. Absolutely, rich, beautiful, poignant, and also quite hopeful things. And then there's also thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will follow the note of hope. I was very shocked by the way that the presentation that we were very certain in the assertion that we see a substantial change with the parents that both methodological and political families, families and proxies and units, because they know what happens if they don't. So my question to you is, now that we have more than some international motherhood, foreign mothers, international parenting, parenting from afar, so on and so forth, and now you see that even members in critical evidence of your hope it's horrible. How many women are now not separated anymore? Or it's very easy because it's very costly in the waters that you are taking from the doctors. So I would like you to expand on that.
We probably take about 3 questions, and then we have all the questions.
Thank you very much. I have some questions. I have a lot of stage and very systematically, but I will take it stage to give a look to human populations. So it seems to me that we have these human populations in Latin America, Ecuador, Venezuela, Mexico, and variants. I believe we can eat knowledge and policy mechanisms out after the process of evaluation today. And the second question is about these children that they move of rights and what was the effect of those demonstrations.
We can take one more, and we can take a little bit of time to think about the answers. One more question.
Thank you for those beautiful papers. I was wondering about the various ways that you find and amplify and make visible is not the right word, but hearable children's voice. And so you have those beautiful photographs. I was wondering if children had made those. And the ways in which really like all of your work uses different methods for that. And what that provides us with is really something, especially when it's together, is something about how much we need to use these interdisciplinary strategies to actually see children's subjectivity and ability to be full subjects in the face of legal systems saying that they are minors or whatever it is. And so I'm wondering if you could talk about and reflect on one another's methods for finding that. Not just finding it, but like making space for children to make it and really be the interpreters of their own lives in ways that I think are very, anathema to most of the ways that children are talked about.
Thank you. So perhaps we can have you all respond. Valentina, maybe you can begin, and then we can take the general question, and then you can take on the question.
Thank you, Sochi, for your question. It's really, really important to be able to expand to answering your question. First of all, there is quantitative evidence, both in the US as in Mexico, as how many family units, how, for example, the proportion of family units towards unaccompanied children and so on. I don't know if that is the most important evidence. I think the most important evidence, and for this we need to unlearn the way that we think about family. We need to question our idea of a patriarchal, heteronormative way of think about families, but also the way that we think families as the base of the nation state, no? And the base of a traditional, in the case of Mexico, Catholic, also semi-urban, family. And in the sense that this, I didn't have time to explain, but this insurgence or collective insurgence in mobility is taking place in families that are radically breaking with this heteronormative, patriarchal, very white, urban way of conceiving family, because this is an insurrection of care, of communities of care, walking together. And that means that families might be born on the way and might long as they are needed to last. And they are families being existing in children, women taking care of those children and youth, and those youth then taking care of other youth. So this is a rebellion of care in the move, and that is an absolute triumph. Not in, I can say they are taking down the border regime, but they are also taking down the nation state, and they are also taking down traditional patriarchal society. And that for me is a revolution. I don't mind if there's like 100 million of them. It's a very clear statement. Stop this. This is over. We will not leave our children behind. And so you see very old people, grandmothers, you also see sisters taking care of nephews, you see orphans, you see the most rainbow care strategies of care. So I think that's a good question. Thank you.
I also really appreciate the questions directed at me. The first about children's demonstration of resistance against the various regimes and structures that they're up against. And what I would say about that is that children expressed resistance and demonstrated in a variety of subtle and explicit ways. Perhaps some of the subtle ways are that even their constant border crossings, their unauthorized border crossings, their laboring in the United States resist the U.S.'s border enforcement prerogatives, their anti-child labor regimes, their contributions to their families, resist expectations of what this notion of childhood in the United States is considered. Later in the 20th century, they get themselves involved in litigation efforts that in some ways, for historians like me, make their voices more legible. So this is my way of trying to address Jenny's really excellent question about the visibility of children's voices, the way that we can identify them historically in institutional archives that are incredibly adult-centric. Because historically kids don't really leave behind their own sources, but as historians we can find them oftentimes in litigation records because these kids are testifying against people who exploited them, and these court cases that they got themselves involved in, whether court cases against labor traffickers, court cases against educational officials that tried to deprive them of their schooling access. Some of them have had long-standing impacts that we still feel today, most prominently the 1982 decision of Filer v. Doe, that to this day gets talked about and targeted by conservative lawmakers, conservative legal groups that want to overturn it in order to not provide undocumented children access to K-12 public education. So my students know that I'm incredibly I'm critical of the decision because I think it has limitations. So that's all to say that I think it's important to recognize children's agency and the things that they do to resist the structures and expectations around them, but the structural constraints, even historically, were immense, meaning that sometimes their efforts, unfortunately, were limited. The other thing I want to say about their voices and about methodology is that I wouldn't be the scholar that I am if it weren't for these interdisciplinary conversations, for interdisciplinary collaborations that I have been so privileged and honored to be a part of. I'll just tell one really brief story about when I worked as a researcher at a migrant shelter in Central Mexico, working with migrants in transit, including adolescents. I was on a research team with Mexican researchers and Mexican academics who taught me a lot about how to read. They were scholars of gender and women, and they taught me how to interpret sources, for example, or voices of men as sources about gender and about expectations and perceptions of women. And in my own work, I try to use a methodological strategy that reads adult migrants' records retroactively as sources about childhood. So that's all to say that that's one of the ways that I've been able to uncover their voices where they're not present.
I'll just add to the question about the visibility of voices, and I also love these interdisciplinary conversations, and Yvonne and I have been having these conversations for a while, and I'm going to say a little bit about how that's led to a collaboration. But for me, my research has always come from engaging with youth in some way and noticing and observing. And with unaccompanied minors, it was the same way. I was, working at a shelter, or actually I call them their detention centers. I was working at a detention center for unaccompanied minors here in Chicago and was engaging with youth on a regular basis and just noticing that these were teenagers, right? And just noticing that it was much more, their sense of who they were during the stage of life was way more complicated than what I was seeing in sort of public understandings and the research that existed, et cetera. So I think first we have to listen to young people and then design projects to center their voices, and then center their voices when we share the research. Yvonne and I have been having these conversations, and I have these contemporary voices and experiences. She has the historical research, so we put them together, right, to write a paper that shows the ways that these young people have been both infantilized in some ways, adultified in other ways throughout history. So it's not just in the moment, right? So making those connections across time, I think, becomes also really important to be able to do that. So we're not entering this, oh, this is unprecedented. Oh, this is the first time. It's no, this has been happening, and we need to change the narratives that we use in order to support young people.
Thank you. I wanted to add
to what Valentina was saying about the importance of families, the number of families that are moving from the Andean region to the U.S. is huge. It's a new strategy, and we are now witnessing a new caravan of 5,000 South American migrants and their families, single mothers, mixed families, extended families, cousins, primos, abuelas. They're all on the move. So that is telling us a lot of what's going on across the region. We sometimes tend to think that caravans mostly happening in the Mexico, Central American corridor, but now from Ecuador, Colombia, and Panama, this is a new spot to understand these new huge changes. Regarding your question, Luis, about states and the failure of states, I would say that, and I will talk from the Ecuadorian example. Ecuador is a country that, as I told you, for the past 6 decades has been formed and transformed by immigration. Since the 80s, children have been moving out of the country, and yet there is no legislation for immigrant children. There is no special protection, even though Ecuador signed the convention. For children, migrant children abroad of Ecuador, there is no legislation, hence there is no policy, hence there is no real protection for them. On the other hand, children only appear in the public sphere when they are dead bodies, and that's the tragedy in my country. Only when Noemi appeared as a figure, as an icon during 2014 migrant crisis. The migrant crisis was focused on Central American and Mexican children in transit to this border. However, we had Noemi, and that was the moment in which the state of Ecuadorian society opened their eyes to see that indigenous migrant children were also facing brutalities. And this has happened more or less every 2 to 3 years. We have a new child that tragically died or disappeared en route, and again the state says, oh my god, we need to do this, this and that, but that's it. It's like dead letter and nothing happens. So there is a lot to be done. And this is only talking about those who left. We are not talking about those who have been detained and deported, like Jonathan. They carry an emotional burden which is huge. Schools back in Ecuador don't have the tools to cope, tools to deal with children that have been deported, that have been, on the first hand, they have been separated from their families, growing up in the absence of parents or within transnational families, detained, deported. And the final element is what Ecuador, and here Ecuador, Colombia, Peru, all the other Andean states that are now dealing with the arrival of Venezuelan children and Venezuelan children in transit. Venezuelan children, Haitian children in transit, we don't know what to do with that. So this means that what we are doing as researchers hopefully can help create a huge interdisciplinary approach to open new spaces of dialogue to understand that there is a huge gap that needs to be fulfilled. And just briefly regarding methods, Jenny, that's a huge question. That's the question. In our class of child migration, we have been discussing that, and probably the most important element to think about is that we are researching with children, and we are learning with them. And this means that we need to deploy their ways of living, meaning playing, drawing, searching for their voices, yes, but also understanding their silences. Children talk to you with silence, and that's with silence that we need also to understand their capacity, our capacity to be patient with them, because it's not on our time, it's their time, their spaces. And interdisciplinary methods for sure are the way that, in our case, and here if you want you can search in the Child Migration Digital Humanities Project. We built also a toolkit, more or less. So we were sharing how we were able to create that mosaic, but mostly is with them. So this is understanding that they are all the time creating their own time, ahorita, which means today, but also playing and being with them. But it's a huge challenge.
Well, we are actually coming up finish the slide. I invite everyone to actually keep talking. We have a coffee break before the next session begins. So please ask the questions of only say a few notes before we start. Saidia Hartman teaches us that care is the antidote to violence. And Maria Puig de la Bella Casa cautions us that care is not a notion to embrace innocently. As Valentina suggested in the last panel, care is bureaucratic, paternalistic, care burdens, it is unevenly distributed, gendered, and racialized. Even still, Puig de la Bella Casa insists, quote, care is too important to give it up to the reductions of hegemonic ethics. Today's papers focus on risk and resilience among Latinx immigrant families, deportation and migration of indigenous youth from Guatemala, Latin American child labor, and advocacy-centered and empowerment-based clinical care. I'm very excited to welcome all of our panelists. We'll also have about 12 minutes for each one. I'll let you know when you have 2 minutes left. And let's go ahead and get started with Stephanie Torres from the UIC College of Education. Everyone will join me in one second.
Hello everyone, buenos dias. Today I'll be presenting on immigration policies and practices as structural racism, risk and resistance among Latinx immigrant families. Again, my name is Stephanie Torres. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Ed Psych, and I'm also a child clinical psychologist. So first, I wanted to set the stage, and I call this my administrator slide, what I show when I present at schools and other places. So why should we care? And I'm preaching to the choir here, so bear with me. We know that 1 in 7 individuals in the U.S. is an immigrant. 1 in 8 is a native-born U.S. citizen with at least one immigrant parent, myself. 28.4 million immigrant workers comprised 17% of the U.S. labor force in 2018, and over 4 million immigrants work in the healthcare and social service industry. As consumers, immigrants add over $1 trillion to the U.S. economy. Yet, despite these stats and despite growing numbers, Latinx individuals continue to face striking health disparities. So as you can see on the right, rates of mental health problems or challenges are increasing among Latinx populations, especially depression. Yet, over 50% of Latinx individuals do not receive treatment. And we know this is due to a variety of barriers, including lack of insurance, lack of knowledge or awareness about resources in the community, stigma, immigration factors. And we also know that Latinx undocumented immigrants are at higher risk for poor mental health, including depression and anxiety, most notably. One of the contributing factors to disparities among the Latinx population and in immigrant and minoritized populations in general is structural racism. And structural racism is defined as a system in which public policies, institutional practices, cultural representations, and other norms work in various, often reinforcing ways to perpetuate racial group inequity. And we know that racism occurs across multiple levels. It spans across civil and political rights, housing, justice, migration. And we also know that individual factors alone cannot account for the disproportionate rates of morbidity and mortality among minoritized communities. So we can see on this graphic on the right, although structural racism happens across multiple systems, racism at the structural or systemic level at the top intersects to constrain access and results in health inequities. So why do we talk about structural racism and immigrant populations specifically? So as a clinical psychologist, community psychologist, educator, I kind of am in all the fields, we understand that structural racism impacts key determinants of health. And a recent article where I have this graphic piece here puts this in perspective specifically for immigrant youth. So we know that experiences of structural racism restrict access, create ongoing threats, and exploitation, which impact physical health, mental health, and quality of life. Firstly, we can think about structural racism in immigration policies, right? So immigration policies restrict access to health and social services. An anti-immigrant climate contributes and exacerbates these experiences of discrimination. Immigration policies are also a form of social segregation. They are historically used to define racial groups and reinforce our social hierarchy. Enforcement and criminalization are also forms of structural racism, promoting or prohibiting groups, from entering the country, deporting those who are already there, and limiting the rights of those who are deemed as threats. And finally, divestment and economic exploitation, working conditions, labor conditions, housing, especially for undocumented individuals. And thinking about structural racism is the direction we need to head in and break away from the traditional way of looking at immigrant health, specifically in my field, which is on the left-hand side. So thinking about immigrant health as influenced by nativity, years in the U.S., acculturation, it's so much more, and that puts the onus on the individual, right? We really need to think about these structural factors at play. And before I discuss structural racism in our current context in terms of our policies and procedures, I wanted to introduce the concept of the invisible backpack. So every immigrant individual has an invisible backpack of the stress, trauma, racism, sources of resilience and resistance that they've encountered through all stages of migration. So as you can see here, we have pre-migration, right? So why immigrants left their home country, the stresses and trauma that they encounter en route to the United States or their host country. We have asylum and temporary resettlement. And then finally, we have the stress, the trauma, the racist policies that they might encounter upon settlement, or what we call post-migration. And as a researcher, as a therapist, it's my job to help shift those stressors in their backpack to make it a little bit easier to carry for them, and at the same time, figure out ways to remove those stressors entirely. And that's the role of advocacy. Okay. So I wanted to highlight a few policies and procedures that deliberately constrain access for the Latinx immigrant communities that are here by showing some images and headlines. And this is no way encompassing of everything, but just a few snapshots of things. So perhaps the biggest example of structural racism, the top left, where it says, why don't immigrants apply for citizenship? So there is no line, right? Immigrants who enter the United States without being legally admitted and inspected are generally not able to obtain green cards while still inside the country. And two seminal laws set this in motion. We have the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act of 1996, or IRA, which is a U.S. policy initiative that significantly changed U.S. immigration laws. It enacted what we call 5 to 10 year bars of inadmissibility back into the U.S. for those who overstayed their visa or were in the U.S. without permission. It also permitted expedited removal or deportation without counsel or legal representation. In that same year, we had the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act of 1996, which restricted access to federal public benefits for folks including food stamps and supplemental Social Security income, or SSI. Perhaps part of these laws, especially with restricting access to benefits, structural racism is also embedded in our healthcare settings. So the article right down there, where it starts with Governor J.B. Pritzker, it might be a little tiny to see, but generally, undocumented immigrants are not eligible to enroll in federally funded coverage, including Medicaid, Medicare, or CHIP. And Illinois is actually one of the few states that provides Medicaid-style healthcare benefits for undocumented immigrants. But recently, our governor announced that residents between the ages of 42 and 64 will no longer be able to sign up because of some cost prohibitive nature, right? So 65 and up is still offered health insurance, but 40 to 64, which was a thing in the past, as of July 1st, folks will no longer be able to sign up for that. We also have mental health care as a form of structural racism. So on the right, you can see this Washington Post article, Trust and Consequences. If folks haven't read this, I really encourage you to do that. In 2018, a 19-year-old named Kevin, who was a minor at the time, self-disclosed that he sold drugs in his country of origin. And his therapist assured him that this would be confidential. As a therapist, it usually is. However, the therapist wrote the note, it got around, and it threw Kevin into detention and deportation proceedings. And in April 2018, ORR formally kind of made the agreement between ICE to share details about children in its care. Mental health care already has these inherent barriers, and this was another example of how racist policies entered the therapy room. Second to last, on the bottom, you see an article here, perhaps more recently. The Biden administration says it's using executive power to allow border wall construction in Texas. So Biden is moving forward with building a border wall despite his campaigning. It's breaking 24 environmental laws and is an example of procedure meant to restrict access and further create this anti-immigrant climate. And finally, all the way on the left, the CBP One app, created by the Biden administration as a result of the end of Title 42. So now asylum seekers are required to book an appointment for asylum through this app. This inherently poses significant barriers. It requires a smartphone, Wi-Fi, the app is glitchy, the error messages are in English. And these are just a few examples of how current policies and procedures perpetuate group inequity. So we know that structural racism impacts community through access to resources, threats of detention, deportation, exploitation. And we also know that these impact well-being among parents and adolescents, regardless of generation status. By way of example, immigration stress creates this climate of fear that can lead to isolation, decreased sense of safety, leading to depression, anxiety. We hear stories of parents restricting their child's activities due to fear, missed appointments, or taking them out of school when there's a raid, most notably also when Trump was elected. These types of structural stressors impact family processes as well. For example, impairments in the child-parent relationship, heightening conflict, and decreasing the capability to cope with stress. It intentionally targets families. So what about resilience or resistance? How can we help families be resilient? So resilience is important, and at the same time, we need to dismantle systems that force our families to be resilient. Prioritizing well-being in a racist system is resistance. Caring for ourselves and others is resistance. But we can't know what resistance is or what it looks like unless we ask the community. And this is the idea we just talked about of working with communities, not on communities. And community-engaged work contributes to equity research given mutual collaboration throughout the process. And it's about sharing power. It highlights the importance of working with individuals directly influenced by the problem. Specifically youth of color, are often ignored, and their voice must be used to create reimagined policies. So community partnerships and community organizing is something that grows and develops like a tree. It has deep roots in tradition, in shared histories. The foundation, the trunk, needs to be strong and focus on building power and building relationships. It's through these processes that we can collectively transform individuals, communities, and institutions. So this is my last slide. So I'll go through this really quickly. This is more just like a selfish plug for the work that I'm doing, so probably timely. But before I end today, I wanted to share a community-engaged project that I've been working on for the past couple of years. So right now I partner with the Resurrection Project, and basically together we have created what we call Fiesta, which is Familias Inmigrantes Empoderándose contra Estrés Tomando Acción, or Fiesta. And it's meant to combine what we find helpful from a therapy perspective and also helping youth and parents navigate their communities. And we envision Fiesta as a stepping stone to involvement in grassroots movements and policy changes. And you can follow our work at florlab.com. Thank you so much.
much, Stephanie. Next, we have Lauren Piper from California State University Long Beach in the Department of Human Development, who will be sharing about the title negotiation returns, the migration and deportation of Indigenous people from Guatemala. If you'll join me, welcome Lauren.
Great. So thanks everybody for having me here. It's good to see new faces and family faces. So I'm an anthropologist, and I want to talk today a little bit about the work that I've been doing in Guatemala with young people following deportation. I think over the last 15 years, Guatemalans are consistently the largest group of children, both unaccompanied and in families, apprehended in the U.S. and also disproportionately deported from the U.S. and Mexico in comparison to their Central American counterparts. Guatemalan authorities variously estimate that 70 to 95% of child migrants are indigenous, primarily Maya Mam and Maya Quiche. The kind of population of indigenous peoples is 60 to 70%. So here I've mapped out 10 years of DHS data on departments of origin of unaccompanied children that were apprehended in the U.S. And children originate primarily from Guatemala City, the most densely populated area of the country, but also from the Western Highlands, which is home to majority indigenous Maya communities. Yet in the U.S., Maya peoples are racialized as Latinx and homogenized by policymakers, and rarely, if ever, do we hear about indigenous identity except in discussions of interpreter access and immigration court. Yet I argue indigenous identity is critically important to understanding the rise of child migration from the region. So I'll just share a few pictures of fieldwork that I do. Again, as an anthropologist, do a lot of multi-sited longitudinal work and also community-based work. So folks in Guatemala say Guatemala is a country of origin, settlement, transit, and return. Longitudinal research with young people reveals that they move in multiple directions, often with great uncertainty and across geopolitical borders. So I do work in ORR detention facilities, permanent facilities for unaccompanied children. The picture on the left is the Long Beach Convention Center, which was one of the emergency influx facilities. Observing deportation flights on military bases in Guatemala City, where migrants are deported on chartered flights from Mexico and from the US. Observing the ways that adults are processed upon return, and the different ways that children are processed and treated within the two different reception centers in Guatemala. And increasingly in zones of transit, under, as Valentina mentioned, kind of in the immediate aftermath of Programa Frontera Sur, and at the casa, there's two casas de migrante in Guatemala where other nationals are transiting through Guatemala. And migration in post-conflict Guatemala is largely characterized by labor migration to the Pacific coast of Guatemala to harvest cane, and to southern Mexico, where young people harvest coffee, and a little bit further north, grapes, and increasingly to the U.S. And then I also work in communities of origin and return, examining the everyday experiences of young people and families impacted by various forms of historical and contemporary migration. So when I first set out to understand how young people experience removal, I found I needed to better understand how they assign meanings to their mobility rather than how those in power assign meaning to it. So Ignacio, a 16-year-old who was recently deported from Mexico, explained that at 9 years old he began accompanying his uncle and cousins to southern Mexico. And I'm going to read these in Spanish, but I have them in English for you to follow along. And so sitting next to his father and his uncle in the family courtyard, he described, "Al principio fue una aventura, una forma de escapar de la escuela. Recuerdo que dormía en el suelo en el campamento y cuidaba las gallinas con otro niño Manuel. Les dábamos de comer todas las mañanas y limpiamos la baraca. Lavábamos, paríamos, tendíamos las camas. De vez en cuando un hombre nos decía que separáramos las semillas. Recuerdo que me dolían los dedos, pero no paraba porque quería revivir. Al principio me sangraban y se me hinchaban. Me dolieron durante días. Todavía me pasa, pero ya me acostumbré. No puedo quejarme. Lo hemos hecho desde siempre." So in my book, Migranthood, I argue, or contend that child migration among indigenous youth is what I call a cultural elaboration of care, in which their migranthood is both contextual and relational. Contextual in that it's steeped in a long and ongoing history of violence and displacement of indigenous peoples, including during colonialism, the plantation economy, the armed conflict and U.S. intervention, development violence that continues, and securitization of migration management. And this context continues to influence the ways young people are socialized into interrelated forms of migration, whether it's rural to urban or seasonal, regional, and increasingly transnational, as a historically rooted strategy to ensure the survival of their multi-generational households. As Ignacio explained, we've always done this. So too, young people understand their migranthood as relational, and that young people speak to their migration as both a social value and an economic necessity among Maya families. In a cultural context that values and depends upon their contributions to households and communities, young people enlist their paid labor, their unpaid care work, their mobility to fulfill their social and familial obligations as they come of age, to start their own partnerships, businesses, and households, to overcome familial indebtedness, and to navigate everyday precarity in the face of what is termed in Guatemala silent genocide. So thus discussions of indigeneity are critically important to understanding that child and youth migration is an intergenerational necessity for the survival of indigenous communities. So it's within this complex context, deportation has reverberating and long-lasting impacts on young people, their families, and their communities. So deportation isn't a single act, nor is it a stage of migration along a linear trajectory. It is an ongoing multi-directional process, one that begins with the reasons why a young person migrates and extends well beyond their physical return. Criminalized by government bureaucrats and often ostracized by communities and even sometimes families, indigenous youth return to institutionalized racism in government reception centers in Guatemala, rendering of one, limited support services, and considerable stigma in spite of growing prevalence of deportation. Young people describe removal as accompanied by feelings of shame, guilt, stigma, and at times disappearing into their homes for months at a time following forced return. And likewise ripples through households, brings immediate and often devastating material consequences, including restricted access to food, shelter, and healthcare, and leading families to default on debts. As adolescents transitioning to adulthood, this rupture or deportation, I think, is often termed as this period of waithood or liminality, waiting to get married, to have children, to advance socially and financially. Deported to Guatemala, after only 1 year in the U.S., 15-year-old Alvaro shared, "Me avergüenza que me hayan atrapado. Hipotecamos nuestra tierra. Mi familia dependía de mí para trabajar duro y mantener a nuestra familia. Pero ahora eso, soy un fracaso. No sé qué hacer." Alvaro grappled with the decision to migrate again. The family had mortgaged their ancestral land that had been his inheritance. Limited as it was the land on which he might build a home and start a family. How am I supposed to be someone? He asked. Now unable to maintain payments on the loan and the land, and his future upon it, in peril, he weighed the risks. Alvaro's migration signified an investment in his family's well-being and his own future. His forced return not only powerfully complicated his sense of belonging in the present, but also his ability to fulfill his obligations as an interdependent member of his family and community, but also prolonged his transition into adulthood. So when I saw him a year later, living with his family in San Marcos, Alvaro mamó. Ahora estoy peor. No puedo ganar lo suficiente aquí para sobrevivir. Quiero decir, quiero ayudar a mi familia y trabajar, pero ganar 50 quetzales al día vendiendo empanadas o cultivando milpa o incluso vendiendo en el mercado no hace ninguna diferencia. Fallé. Yo sé que fallé. Lo haré bien la próxima vez. Lo haré. Upon deportation, Alvaro confronted foreclosed opportunities for long-term social and physical mobility. His deportation inflicted not only physical violence, but also temporal violence by compelling him to live in the here and now. The temporal violence resulted in Alvaro being simultaneously disconnected from his past and his imagined future. In the migration literature, temporality, when featured in experiences of migrants, is often framed as lost or wasted or stolen time. Right? The deliberate manipulation of time is not my happenstance. Temporal violence is a technology of state surveillance. Via prolonged detention, protracted legal processes, and bureaucratization, the state weaponizes time. At its most visceral, Border Patrol blacks out windows, disorienting migrants who don't know whether it is night or day, and detention facilities for unaccompanied children. The regulation of daily schedules into 30-minute increments is a disciplinary tactic that controls their physical and psychic freedom. Time is punctuated by violence. Whether the slow violence of deportability that shapes one's sense of safety, security, and belonging, or the abrupt violence when families are torn apart by raids, detention, deportation, and death. Yet migration studies largely assumes a settler colonial conceptualization of time, failing to consider ways that indigenous migrants differently understand and experience time. The Maya families with whom I work describe time as a cycle that connects the past to the present to the future, every intention and action intimately interconnected with other humans, nature, and the cosmos. Legacies of trauma inflicted on ancestors and transmitted across generations shape identities, interactions, and ideals and become embodied. These cumulative colonial traumas are ongoing on Indigenous peoples as they continue to experience the force of settler colonialism in their everyday lives. Youth, however, are not passive victims. As social actors, they negotiate legal processes, institutional actors, social and familial dynamics, cultural transitions, citizenship laws, gender norms, identity politics, all bound up in their experiences following deportation. They are cared by and caregivers of intergenerational families. The social indebtedness that youth experience towards their families through care and migration bolsters their important position within expansive kinship networks. They survive, adapt, rebuild lives, reintegrate, and carry on, even in difficult circumstances, not of their own choosing. Towards the end of my multi-year fieldwork, I convened a group of 12 Quiche youth, and I asked how they might have a future in Guatemala. In quick succession, they shared. Emmy said, "Un futuro sin el sufrimiento que soportaron nuestros padres y abuelos." Sonia, "Estaba en mi casa y luego que aprovechar lo mejor que tengo. Hay tanta riqueza, no quiero irme, incluso cuando se pone difícil." Mateo, "Es el sueño familiar." Ana, "Es la posibilidad de soñar." So while the enormity of structural imbalance confronting youth can easily subsume hope and obstruct the right to not migrate, scholar Lisa Maricacho reminds us that empowerment comes from deciding the outcome of the struggle doesn't matter as much as the decision to struggle. In spite of ramifications of deportations on the lives of young migrants and their families, many youths like Ignacio, Alvaro, Emma, Sonia, and others continue to struggle por una vida digna, for a dignified life. And I think these insights are particularly critical as Guatemala has recently entered into a period of mass social protest spurred by egregious government corruption, attempts to preemptively overthrow a democratically elected left-leaning president-elect, and an inept response to the COVID pandemic, recent natural disasters, and ongoing attacks on Maya water protectors and land defenders. And only by sustaining attention to the everyday struggles and triumphs of young people over time might we begin to recognize youth's contributions on a national and global scale. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Next we have the force from the UIC School of Public Health for a paper titled Latin American Child Labor and its Mental and Physical Impacts.
Hi everybody, it's such a pleasure and a privilege to be here. I'm so happy to come over to this campus because I find more people that are like-minded with me over here than I feel there are on the West Campus. I'm going to talk about Latin American child labor, mental and physical aspects, and I'm bringing you perspectives from a lot of my colleagues in the School of Public Health who are working in the Division of Environmental and Occupational Health Sciences on precarious workers and precarious work. We also have the Great Lakes Center for Farm Worker Health and Well-Being, where we're doing work with farm workers in the state of Illinois and beyond. And we have the WHO Collaborating Center on Occupational and Environmental Health, and all of these things intersect. Today I'm going to give you a case, show you a case of a child worker, talk to you about laws that regulate child labor, some of the violations in the United States, new and pending legislation, and how we can respond. Some of this work is supported by the National Institute for Occupational Safety. So I don't know if you guys all saw Hannah Dwyer's piece in the New York Times, and she's spoken and written many other pieces since then. And she's done excellent work, and I think very powerful work. This is one of her cases. This is Marcos. He's a 14-year-old from Guatemala. He is an unaccompanied minor, and he was released to a relative in Virginia. They lived in a trailer home area called Dreamland, which looks pretty far from any dreamland I would imagine. He got a job as a cleaner at a poultry processing plant. So what is a cleaner at a poultry processing plant? You know, they kill poultry and cut it up and package it for shipment to grocery stores, and then every day a cleaning crew has to come in with hoses and chemicals and soap and all of that and clean the machinery. So Marcos was doing that at night. He was cleaning, the machines were shut off. He reached into a machine to pull something out. Somebody turned the switch on for that machine, and his right forearm got caught in the machine. It got pretty mangled up. He was transported to a hospital by helicopter eventually. He underwent many surgeries over the next 6 months, lots of rehab, and he's been unable to work since that time. You may not know that 14-year-olds are explicitly prohibited from taking jobs like this. And you might imagine also that Marcos is in debt to his sponsor and can't send home his remittances to his family. So that's a problem too. Just to bring my specialty to this crowd, the U.S. Department of Labor, the OSHA arm of the USDOL, regulates workplaces. There are upstream fixes or preventive measures in workplaces where you try to eliminate the hazard or engineer it out or substitute a hazardous chemical, for example, with something that isn't hazardous. There are also administrative controls, which are less protective, but also important, where you do something like lockout, tagout. So in his particular circumstance, what should have happened in that workplace is the machine should have been shut off. There should have been a lock on the switch, and there should have been a sign, such as the one on the top, that said that this machine is locked out, and that he himself would come and open that up when he was done doing the maintenance on the machine. That's what should have happened. It didn't happen. And then I wanted to use the PPE acronym because now everybody knows our acronym. And we all know that masks and gloves and so on are not fail-safes, because they depend on people's behavior and buy-in to use them, number one. And number two, they're pretty uncomfortable. If you're doing construction or working in a factory, wearing a mask all day is very difficult. Okay, so the laws that govern work in the United States fall under the Fair Labor Standards Act. And so what I'm showing you here is the ages of children under 18, so we're saying anyone under 18 is a child. And when people are 16 or 17-year-olds, they're allowed to work unlimited hours except in hazardous occupations. So on the right in the middle, where I have prohibited tasks up there, these are a list of tasks that 16 and 17-year-olds are not allowed to do even if they're working. Now, if you go down to 14 and 15-year-olds, they're supposedly, under the Fair Labor Standards Act, only allowed to work outside of school hours as determined by their local public school. They can work less than or equal to 3 hours on a school day, less than 8 hours a day on the weekend, and there are time restrictions on that as well, so they're not allowed to work past 7 p.m. And there are some jobs that kids are allowed to do, like deliver newspapers, babysitting, and so on. Those are fairly unrestricted. In general, children under the age of 14 are not allowed to work at all. But I have agriculture on the right because agricultural exceptionalism allows people to work in agriculture under laws and regulations that are different than any other sector of the economy. And for that reason, agriculture is extremely hazardous. It's extremely hazardous anyway, of course, but it's extremely hazardous for children because there's a lot of machinery and moving parts and tractors and all of that stuff. So what about kids in agriculture? Kids 16 and 17 can do any job on any farm, anytime. Kids that are 14 and 15 can work during the school year on any job, any hours. Children that are 12 and 13 can work in non-hazardous jobs with parental consent and only on farms with minimum wage requirements, which is really saying something about the number of employees on farm. Kids that are 10 or 11 can hand harvest short season crops, and they can work 8 weeks full time in summer. Children at any age can work on family farms. So I don't know if you saw this in the news, but the U.S. Department of Labor, the Wage and Hour Division, not the OSHA Division, enforces labor laws in the United States. So there was a recent case of 305 minors who were working in violation of federal labor laws in McDonald's, 62 sites across the United States. 2 of those folks were kids, 10 years old, and they worked more hours and outside of hours that are permitted legally. There was also a failure to pay overtime, and one of those 10-year-olds was operating a deep fryer. So that's a really common source of injury in fast food places. And if you take a look at the graph on the right side, you'll look at the number of children employed in violation of U.S. labor laws since 2014 until 2023. So you can see the tremendous rise in employment in 2023. And then, of course, these are only the cases that are counted, because these cases don't often get reported. So what are the health hazards of child labor? They're pretty obvious. These disrupt child development, interfere with school, kids drop out, and so they don't have opportunities for better employment in the future. It deprives kids of sleep, which leads to mental and physical health issues. There's also a very high rate of occupational injuries among children in the workforce. There were 66 deaths reported of kids under 16 from 2017 to 2021, and of 16 to 17-year-olds, 62 deaths reported. And you can see the number of injuries that caused lost work time in 2020, so over 32,000 cases of those kinds of injuries in 2020. What's really shocking now is that there are attempts across the United States to override the Fair Labor Standards Act. So there's this tension, of course, between the federal government and the states about which has the right to legislate what. And so there are a lot of states that are trying to put young kids into workplaces that are atypical. There's Mr. Trump's spokesperson, who's now the governor of Arkansas, so trying to give kids jobs in bartending, lower ages, and you can read the rest here. There are also problems with child labor trafficking, and I won't really speak about this, but there's an infamous case that occurred in Illinois where a Guatemalan woman over a period of 10 years was trafficking children across the border. People were living in her basement, being taken out in a van back and forth to work. She's in jail for 5 years for that. What about the health impacts? There are physical and psychological health impacts, of course, and this has been described already by my predecessors in this session. But all of the work that we do falls at the intersection of health, labor, and immigration. And I think that where people work determines a lot of things about them. It determines how much money they'll make. It determines what hazards they will face in their workplace, but I think it's also evidence of how society values workers. And I think that all the issues that we need to address have to do with these ethical problems. So what can we do? I think as regular citizens, we can monitor child labor laws in the state, we can oppose bad laws, we can hold legislators accountable, we can figure out how this issue interacts with our own work, and many of us, it's pretty obvious. We can also be aware as consumers about who's serving us in restaurants, who is working for us in our homes. These are often children who are doing work that would be against the law if it were recognized that they were children. We need to stay mindful of the interaction between labor, immigration, and health. And finally, I want to invite you all to connect with us, work with us. So many of us are working on these kinds of issues in the School of Public Health. I'm sure everyone in the room can find a person that they well over them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda. And last but not least, please join me in welcoming Juliana Rush from the YC Department of Psychiatry and Institute for Youth and Research for a paper titled Evidence-Based Practice Within the Context of Structural Violence, Advocacy Centered and Empowerment-Based Clinical Care. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone. I'm going to try to put this here so I can talk a bit. So my talk might be a little bit of a departure from what we've been talking about thus far, but I think everything that has come before me really has set the stage for this. So I'm going to first just describe the program that I created and direct at IJR to give you a sense of kind of where I'm coming from with this work. So this program really emerged from what I saw was lacking in my own clinical training and my own experiences as a clinical psychologist. And so there are components to this program that are really intended to better link practice, research, and policy toward the goal of addressing structural inequity, particularly for immigrant families. And so today I'm going to talk a little bit more than I usually do about the clinical services and how kind of policy and advocacy shows up in your clinical interactions with folks. And so this has already been talked about today. There's a vast literature that talks about the structural inequity that disproportionately impacts ethnic minority and immigrant origin youth in the U.S. And the anti-immigrant policies and anti-immigrant climate only exacerbates psychological distress and creates structural and also kind of cultural barriers to care, as Stephanie was addressing in her talk as well. And so I really like to think about kind of categories of how do we think about the context of mental health and wellness. In our field, we do a pretty good job talking about mental illness. We don't do a very good job talking about health and wellness and healing. And so we think about structural inequity. It really intersects with all these other categories, right? It intersects with how do families cope, how do they interact, how do they live and work. It interacts with risk factors that folks encounter in their day-to-day experiences. And it also impacts resilience and coping and how people resist, how people define their own wellness and their own mental health. And so this is a really nice depiction. You've seen this before. I think you saw this in Stephanie's talk in a different kind of iteration. And so when we think of these concentric circles, right, it kind of gives you this sense of contextualization. Things are embedded, things are intersectional. And so this is pulled from, I suggest you read this article, it's really great. This is pulled from an article to really give a sense of what is the socio-ecological context of children and immigrant families. And so oftentimes when you're in a clinical encounter with a child or an individual, you're at this like very, very small circle, right? But it's really our job to think about this broader context and how are our interventions and the strategies we're using and how we connect kind of embedded in this kind of larger context, particularly this big circle on the outside, which is the policy context. So in the interest of time today, I'm going to talk about one particular population that I work with in my clinic.
And so I'm going to talk about unaccompanied minors today. This is, we've spoken about this group quite a bit today, who arrive to the U.S. As minors, but are very soon kind of transitioning to adulthood, meaning they're turning 18. And so these are young adults when I work with them, but they arrive to the U.S. as unaccompanied minors. They're all from Central and South America. And I'm presenting to you just kind of this little figure on the top, just so you can kind of see how do they arrive as unaccompanied minors, and how do they arrive to this kind of post kind of resettlement context through their sponsored environments. The young adults I work with have never been reunited with family sponsors in the U.S. They've been kind of sponsored by other interfaith communities. And so I'm seeing them kind of in this post-release context. And so we already know that they have extreme and very complex pre-migration stressors during migration. But I want to highlight here some of the post-resettlement stressors that they've been experiencing. So most of them have been awaiting the adjudication of their asylum case for 2 to 7 years. None of the young men that I'm working with have been granted asylum, despite protections as arriving as unaccompanied minors. They're experiencing ongoing violence and unrest in their countries of origin, and ongoing worries about the safety of their family members. They're coping with grief. Many of them have lost family members in their home country and are experiencing complicated grief experiences related to that. They have limited social connections here. They have not been reunited with family in the U.S. And many want to attend school. This is kind of, I'm going to some of the information that Daisy presented. They want to attend school, but they have very limited options because they've arrived after the age of 18. Some of them have been enrolled in GED programs, but they have limited opportunities. So most of them are entering the workforce once they get work authorization. They need to pay off their debts, and they're really being challenged by what it looks like to be reunified or not reunified with family here in the new family that they created in their home experiences. So, and to Daisy's talk, they're adultified in a lot of ways, but really infantilized in others, not really having agency over their life. So when we think about evidence-based practice, we think about some core components to complex trauma treatment. Complex trauma is not a recognized disorder in the diagnostic manual we tend to use in kind of US-based healthcare, but it is recognized by international definitions. And so these are some core components that are really critical to the work that I do with these young men. So creating a sense of safety, self-regulation skills, self-reflective information processing, traumatic experiences integration, relational engagement, and positive affect enhancement. I'm going to talk a little bit about that with a quick case example. So when we think about empowerment has also been a word that's come up quite a bit today. Empowerment is not something we often talk about in traditional clinical psychology training programs. We talk a lot more about it in community psychology. So I'm really kind of a clinical community psychologist. I call myself a clinical psychologist by training, but a community psychologist by heart. So the World Health Organization defines empowerment as a process through which people gain greater control over decisions and actions affecting their health. And this is seen as a core component of health promotion as it's locally defined. More kind of local definitions are kind of the ongoing capacity of individuals or groups to act on their own behalf, to achieve a greater sense of control over their lives and their destinies. And so these empowerment-based approaches have often been integrated into health promotion, disease prevention or management of chronic disease like diabetes, for example, violence prevention, and to a growing extent in mental health care, but more often than not in mental health care with adults, and oftentimes with adults who have severe mental illness, not necessarily with groups that I'm working with. Okay. So when we think about how to integrate empowerment strategies into that evidence-based practice or complex trauma with asylum-seeking youth, think about building capacity, so taking an active role in prioritizing their own needs, defining their own mental health and wellness, and how do they see that I can be accompanying them in kind of solving some problems, if you will. And so that really requires them to be a participant and to be a trusted and respected participant in their own wellness. And so an example of this is I'm working with one particular young man who really is challenged by just what we are supposed to be doing in our clinical interactions. And so one thing that we kind of try to do is here's a whole bunch of choices, right? We list them out. You can choose whatever you want to do, or we can do none of these things. And inevitably, he will always choose something, and then we'll choose the rest of them in the session. But it's like, what we do here is really determined by you. But usually what the choices are things that I think might be helpful, right? But that could also be including, do we want to listen to some music? We really just kind of want to regulate listening to music. Do you want to draw? Or do you want to do maybe a relaxation strategy? And then also control over their health management, their own healing. So I always say to them, you are the kind of the director of your own movie, you're the expert of your experience. And you also get to decide what and how much you want to tell me, how much you want to share with me. And sometimes kind of thinking about that tree that Stephanie put up, establishing those roots can take a really, really long time. Building that really established, strong trust so that someone trusts you with their story and invites you into their healing narrative that's directed by them and not by you. And so this is kind of a case example of a young man I've been working with actually since 2018. And I've kind of divided this into kind of the way I see phases of our work together, kind of integrating some of those core components of complex trauma intervention and how we've worked together to think through some empowerment goals and some advocacy skills for him. So the first phase was really rapport building and stabilization. Within the first couple months of me meeting this young man, he had to go to an inpatient unit for twice for suicidal ideation. But he did return to outpatient services, which I took as a win. We really focused on stabilization. We focused on keeping him safe. We focused on connecting him to other bilingual providers. In my department, we have child services and we have adult services. We've already talked a lot today about those arbitrary distinctions between those terms. And so it was really important for me to make sure that he was connected to the psychiatrist who was going to best serve him, and that was the psychiatrist in the child department. And then we moved into really understanding what was going on with him. He was suicidal, had major depression, but also was struggling with trauma. And so once we got to this third phase, we really are focusing more on this relational integration. So my relationship with him is an important part of his healing, so having a connection to someone who understands and is listening to his story, and establishing a future orientation for him. So on this right side, you see some other things that are happening in the post-resettlement context. Some other major stressors, traumas, losses, grief, but also some things that are really indicating his engagement in care and his engagement in his own kind of healing story. So he engaged in telehealth services throughout the pandemic. Engaged in Zoom meetings. You know how difficult it might be to engage in telehealth. He completed his GED. He continues to engage in services, and how many years later. And so I'm going to end on talking a little bit about the policy and advocacy piece. So the advocacy-based kind of approach to clinical care also includes what I do outside of the clinical encounter. What am I doing in my time with my kind of knowledge and experience of what I'm learning from the patients I'm working with to advocate for policies that are more inclusive and are more equitable and are more kind of human rights focused. And so it takes place somewhat in the clinical context, but most of it is taking place outside. So that is participating in public comment periods, using research and clinical knowledge to advocate for more equitable policies. In this particular case example I'm giving you, these are all policies that were impacting our asylum system, protections for asylum here in the US. And then kind of using some of the knowledge that I'm gaining from these experiences to make sure that I'm holding our policymakers accountable for policies that we uphold to mental health. So I'll end there. Obviously, it's out of time. But if you have any kind of further questions or want to get involved in some of that mental health policy stuff, I encourage you to join the Coalition for Mental Health. A few of my colleagues, Stephanie, Daisy, are also part of this group with me. I co-chair the policy and advocacy group, so if you want to learn more about participating in public comment periods as they relate to mental health and immigration, please let me know and we can get you involved. Thanks.
Thank you so much, everyone, for those great papers. Let everyone join folks at the table for a Q&A. We have about 20 minutes for questions from the audience. I'm sure we have a lot because these papers are really, yes. Oh, of course. Let's get started. I love the enthusiasm. Yeah, go for it.
Hi, my name is Melissa. I'm a student here, senior in Engineering Sociology and American Studies. We're going to discuss about mental health is like really interesting, especially with the hands-on who struggles with it, and you're just clearing up points of like looking at like the average of what people go through, especially immigrants or kids who have parents who are immigrants. And from my experience, it's really hard to find a therapist who can understand that. And it's really interesting, like there are some people in mental health facilities that are trying to like better understand that. I'm not sure like within the schooling system if that's something that you guys have thought about, like to talk about with kids to better understand who they are. But like I was just wondering if there's anything now put in place or anyone in the mental health field to better understand those kids if they themselves are not able to afford anything like that.
Are we asking several questions? Okay, perfect.
Thank you for so many great presentations. I have a question that is people. When the pandemic started, we saw a very worrying increase in mental health issues, and we didn't see a phenomenon that was not new, but it was like quickly increasing. There was teenagers that were suffering mental health issues and self-harming because they were experiencing this phenomenon in which they didn't have anywhere anybody left behind who would wait for them, and then nobody here in the US that was specifically bringing them or waiting for them to come. They were, this is a too strong word, they were kind of uprooted, not in the sense that they were in this increasingly limbo, and I was wondering if you have witnessed something like that, because it was very, very stark, especially with Central American kids. And it was a huge movement within shelters in Mexico City, the border, like specifically trying to turn on and for Lauren, I was trying to imagine if you have seen this in any relation to indebtedness, because talking to some of them, not from Guatemala, but they were also talking about how indebted they were and how they would sometimes just break or like stay apart because they had this shame about being in debt. So yeah, I believe you get the idea.
My question is you mentioned participation via federal environments. I was wondering if you can talk about it and how it's connected with investments. And for Linda, you could reveal a bit more how you cover technology and how you rationalize something around the
Let's do a first round of questions, and then we'll go back and go on. So let's let our panelists answer these. Take about 1 to 2 minutes each, and then we'll do this. And I think it'd be fine.
Sure, I think I can take maybe first questions for them. I really appreciate you sharing your experience. I think one of the things that is really important in one of the reasons I founded my program, Action and Policy, kids to better integrate it into the programs. So one of the things that we do as psychologists is we think about sort of the cultural context of families we work with, children we work with, and that includes understanding integration experience. And so I think there is a need for people to be more cognizant of contextual factors that impact the family. And so I think there is a larger movement in clinical training programs to think about racism, to think about experiences of discrimination and progression, to think about contextual factors, to think about mental health not as individually determined and goal, but really holistic. And then, so, I will comment that in almost all the patients I see, they self-harm. And self-harm is one of the ways complex trauma manifests is kind of difficulty being able to kind of self-soothe and regulate, and self-harm is a manifestation of that. And self-harm in the usual context, oftentimes we are sending people to inpatient units to get treatment. What I typically do is help my clients that I'm working with understand where is that coming from, how can we better regulate, how can we help with a sense of safety, because for them, this is very safe. Compared to where they've been, what they've seen. So sometimes they're confused, like, why am I so dysregulated? I had recently someone say to me, after witnessing community violence to the murder in the community, I don't know why I can't sleep, I can't go to work, I've seen so much of this before, why do I feel this way now? And so understanding that it is a traumatic event, and it's also triggering all the things that we didn't see before. And so how do we help you kind of identify where that's coming from, and how do we give you better tools? Because the self-harm is the tool, and that doesn't work for them. And so it's very common, and it's also very common kind of developmentally for other young adults who are struggling with emotional dysregulation and trauma, independent of intervention. So it's very, very common. But I think helping them see it as a tool that they use so we can figure out better ones. Sometimes it's the best way to think, gosh, you're so high risk, I need to get you a higher level of care, which is sort of what happened growing your college. Not useful or helpful.
Thanks for that question. I guess maybe to start with development violence, I think it happens on multiple levels. So when I talk about development violence, I'm thinking about extractive industries like mining, hydroelectric, extractivism, right, that displace communities, that contaminate soil, that pollute waterways, that destroy agricultural ways of living and being and existing and stewarding the climate. So, these communities where I'm working, right, are impacted by this extractive development in the U.S., Canadian, Italians, international companies, automotive companies, Panamanian companies, Colombian companies, and are left to manage, right, the climate crisis, manage the violence of all their communities and their displacement, their connection to the land, or the connection to their ancestral lands. So there are strategies in which these companies are using to try to starve out communities and displace them, whether it's restricting transportation lines, or bus routes, whether it's through direct violence, whether it's through use of political prisoners, collaboration with the state, water protectors, land protectors, and so it has, there's a lot of displacement, right, that happens, and in the absence of the state, in the absence of the safety net, you have your community, and your community sent in all different directions, right, that are your safety net. I would say too, USAID, right, development is a type of development violence. And if we look at 2014, they had USAID had a campaign called Quédate, and then I think Biden was like Quédate aquí, and now it's Quédate ahora. It's a total lack of creativity. But basically, they're teaching kids skills that are not culturally like informed, relevant, right? So how to fix a car when there are no cars, how to make jewelry, right? When you have a community that has been, that are master weavers, right? And really a devaluing of agricultural knowledge. And so I think even, your presentation was like a flavor of learning how to work and steward the land is part of who you are, it's part of your identity, it's part of where you find your place in the world. And so these programs, such as USAID, right, which devalue that type of knowledge, right, separates children from their families, from their communities. So I think that in reference to Tina's question, right, and also indebtedness, right, people may mortgage their ancestral lands, and so you get to the U.S. and you have a lawyer who's saying, forget about the debt, right, it's your parents' responsibility, they shouldn't have earned this debt. It's not just about the financial piece of it, it's about your place in the world. It's about how that reverberates on your family and your community. And so it's not just a financial transaction, right? It's your sense of belonging, your sense of past, present, and future. And so I think in the pandemic, right, certainly we saw a rise in self-harm. I think one of the things they didn't talk about was the context of femicide and the highest rates in the world, high rates of child abuse. And the state is working very actively to respond or to overfund femicide wards or to under-report abuse, which is the current, and on this, but the current Secretary of Public Ministry, which is responsible for the femicide work, which is responsible for documenting children, is on the U.S. list of people who are not allowed to enter the U.S. and it's currently planning attempts to overthrow the right? So this is all about, it's not just about child migration, it's about the cycle of genocide.
I can go ahead and answer the mental health question a little bit more than what Dana said. And I agree with everything Dana said, and also one of the things that I'm trying to really embed in my research is the role of community health workers or near peers or promotoras. And that's some of the work that I'm actually doing with the Resurrection Project. And so instead of myself as a bilingual, bicultural therapist, going out and serving folks, I'm also training folks to serve the communities in which they live. And these folks in the communities trust these promotoras, these community health workers, more than probably they'll ever trust me. And that is completely okay. And so, along with kind of embedding more training in clinical care to understand folks and where they're coming from, I also believe in kind of universal strategies. So I think it's everyone's job to kind of create this climate of care, thinking about university levels, trauma-informed care, healing-centered care. But another way to kind of help with that is training kind of frontline workers to deliver the information that is also helpful. So for example, in my project, I'm training promotoras to deliver intervention on stress management, on coping, things that I would do in a clinical setting, but there is not enough of Dana and I don't think there'll ever be enough bilingual clinicians, so what else can we do to help support that infrastructure and build that trust and also address that structural racism that I'm talking about. So that's another thing I wanted to put a plug for, promotoras as kind of frontline mental health interventionists as well as therapists.
Thanks. I got a much more concrete question, so I'll just rattle off what is agricultural exceptionalism. We talked about the labor laws being different. Minimum wage is different. People can be paid by the piece rather than by the hour. Often don't have health insurance. Are not providing, are eligible for workers' compensation insurance. In terms of regulations, oversight of regulations, government organizations that oversee most workplaces don't oversee agriculture, so OSHA doesn't have a big role in the agriculture sector. Instead, USDA, Department of Agriculture, which is a very interesting organization. The EPA also regulates pesticides and agricultural work, and so people that oversee worker exposures and hazards and so on are not present in agriculture. Immigration laws are different, so there's the H-2A visa program, which is specifically for farm workers, people who work in agriculture, and so all the details of H2A applies only to the people that we're talking about. This conference doesn't apply to anybody else in any other sector. In terms of unionization, is not allowed in most places in this workforce. In terms of health, there's huge corporate welfare in this realm, meaning that agribusiness hires farm workers to do the work in their businesses, but relies on generally qualified health centers or local social SNAP program, social services to actually supplement what their wages in those companies. And then I've been trying to study the Farm Bill. The Farm Bill has everything in the world in it. And it's a piece of legislation in the United States that covers so many things that are unrelated to agriculture. A lot about social welfare programs and so on. So it's worth studying that because it has this, let's say, perception of it. We love nature and agriculture and all that stuff. It really isn't. It's really about international trade and food and so on.
We have time for the one question. Anything on quick question and we'll quick
This question is also something that I'm just wondering kind of normally what between child labor laws, are they too stringent, not thinking enough kind of based on what we know about child development? Because it's kind of something that Lauren mentioned, but something that she mentioned my work is in terms of working with companies, children in the state field, immense external and internal pressure to, repay these debts and whether against their ancestral land or family lands. And so that's an issue that I think a lot of, or are not wanting to release it because of fear that they're going to be exploited. So I just wanted to be your thoughts on that.
I would just say that what's happening on the ground is really downstream. And so this balance between children wanting to work, needing to work, and being protected, there are conflicts here that arise because of structural and political and social problems. So it's hard for me to weigh the morality of preventing a 14-year-old from cleaning that kid that I talked about in the beginning makes $17 an hour doing that job. You can't get a job for $17 an hour as a 14-year-old in the United States. So, I don't know how to talk about the morality of that issue and prohibiting them. Is there anything to say? It was about oversight
The Office of Refugee Settlement just being concerned about releasing children to family sponsors for fear that they'll be exploited.
Yes, they'll be exploited if they go to family, and they will be exploited if they go somewhere else. That's my reality. I think that they're probably the most vulnerable, subpopulation there is. They have no agency. They have no control over anything aside from all the cultural, social, political issues that are going on. So I think they're in trouble, and we need to figure out how to protect them.
I think one of the things that our system, right, in the detention is, are they vulnerable in detention, right? The state is violent or it's possible because they're not, their agency is not acknowledged. And I would say they do have agency outside of our arms. So I think for me, part of the conversation needs to be reimagining care, right? What we have imagined is the politics of care, state care is violent. And so what can we do in terms of isn't overall, as an administrator, making an unchecked decision about who gets to go where, right? Rather than what is using the best interest of the child, or what is it that individual child, what do they want, how do they connect, and work in ways. So I think your question goes to the systems of care that we have to work.
What a beautiful way to end on reimagining care. Thank you so much to all 4 of our speakers. If you still have questions for them, they'll be around, but as a conference, we are going to reconvene at 2 p.m.
We're returning to our third panel for child migration across the Americas. My name is Uchimada. I will be moderating this panel. And the name of the panel is Resistance and Advocacy. This panel will focus on how Latin American migrant children have resisted and simplified child migration, as well as advocacy on behalf of child migrants. And it is very exciting that we will the panel is doing what on the ground. This is a double opportunity to my heart as a scholar, as an observer, as a teacher. This panelists are going to let us know what can we do, what is being done, and how are the children simplifying in multiple arenas, interdisciplinary arenas of action, in art, in organizing, and also within the state. We have representatives from the city to tell us what is going on. So without further ado, I will start by inviting our first panelist. Again, 12 minutes each. I will keep of the time. So first we have Jorge Mena, and he's my student. He was my student in LALS. He is a graduate also of the Master of Art program in Latin American Latino Studies, and he is now the Associate Director of our very own Rafael Children of the Latino Cultural Center here in USC. And he will present his work on activism after DACA, lessons from Chicago's Immigrant Youth Justice League. And Jorge Mena happens to be one of the founding members of Chicago's Immigrant Youth Justice League. Thank you, Jorge.
Thank you so much, Sochi. Hi, everyone. It's nice to be here with you all. Thank you, Soledad, for the invitation. It's been lovely to hear from the first 2 panels, and I'm happy to open this one on resistance and advocacy. I like the description within the program that says how migrant children have resisted. I'm hoping to share a little glimpse of a more hyper-local example, specifically to UIC and to myself and to the city of Chicago. And so, to get us started, my plan today is to talk a little bit about the history of Chicago-based activism by undocumented youth and the impact that DACA has had on our organizing efforts. And if there's time at the end within those 2 minutes, I hope to share some art by undocumented queers to highlight art-based tactics themselves. So as Sochi mentioned, I myself was involved with the Immigrant Youth Justice League. Because of today's symposium, I thought it appropriate to add a quick little photo of me as a 7-year-old right before coming from Mexico to the US. What I want to share a little bit today, I'll skip some of those slides for now. Here, UIC in Chicago, back in 2010, one of our dear friends who's now passed, his name was Rico Padilla Perez, he was put into deportation proceedings while we were at UIC. And this was in 2010 when the DREAM Act was up for revolt. Raise your hand if you've heard about the DREAM Act. Almost everyone in the room. Raise your hand if you've heard of DACA. Almost everyone in the room. Great. That saves me some time within those 2 minutes. So in 2010, we were pushing for the DREAM Act very intensely, and one of the meetings that we held was a call for undocumented youth from across the city to come together at the Hull House, which is over on Austin. What we thought would be a meeting to help Rico's deportation and to push for the DREAM Act ended up being the first time that undocumented youth had come together in the city of Chicago to share with each other about their status. So we sat around the table and we very quickly went around and said, "Hi, my name is Jorge. I'm undocumented. This is how being undocumented and young has impacted me in my time in Chicago, in my time trying to access education, and so on and so forth." That quickly led us to plan in March 10th of 2010, the first coming out of the shadows in the country. And so, one more question. Raise your hand if you've heard undocumented and unafraid. I think almost all the same hands went up. And so what I want to do now before I continue is share a short clip, 2 minutes of a 5-minute clip of some of the undocumented youth that shared their stories on that day on March 10th of 2010.
Today, I'm putting my whole life on the line as I come out of the shadows together for those who are my friends here. Because I'm tired of being afraid. I'm tired of putting my life in the closing of my family and my family on hold. I am old, I'm undocumented, and I'm no longer afraid.
I recently for another 10 years in my family, I will be able to come home to my mother and brother who feel like. I recently for another 10 years of free to how who feel like. Live with a good education, live with a normal life without fear. I am undocumented. I am not afraid. I will not hide any longer. I will come out of the shadows every day I have to. I'm a human being. I deserve to be happy. I came to this country in 1992 following my mother, who the language of bread and sweet children was. My mother worked in a dark, brutal, extreme-field room for 12 years when we were side by side, while realizing that the love of great children are always natural. Anyone who has proper documentation would not work on those conditions. She died of cancer 2 years ago, and at that point I realized that I wasn't going to let my mother die in vain. I have made the choice to fight, and I started to decide that I am not afraid anymore. My name is Rico, and I'm undocumented. Every time that I listen to the story in my life, I have to consider that there are lots of my options are limited because in this country I am not free. We are not free. I believe that this is the only life that I can live, and I know that I am tired of hiding. My name is Tanya, and I'm undocumented.
We'll pause there. As you heard through those speeches, I only showed a short clip, but themes of family, themes of trying to access higher education come up. One thing to note about the group of undocumented people that put this first coming out of the shadows together was that a majority of them also happened to be queer. And that didn't happen by chance, right? We're talking about creating this idea of coming out of the shadows, which was heavily drawing from this idea of coming out of the closet, and this sort of notion, drawing from Harvey Milk's example, the politician who was murdered in San Francisco, saying, "Come out to your friends, and indeed they are your friends," and sort of this notion of sharing about your status in order to create community, to release some of the fear that was coming from sharing that story. And I think as some of the speakers shared, a lot of undocumented people grow up being told, "Don't come out about your status because it is dangerous," and so on and so forth. And so these young people, my friends who you just heard from, were sort of, we were all learning lessons as we sort of took this on. I mentioned the DREAM Act. 2010, the DREAM Act failed by 5 votes in Congress, and so that also really shifted the rhetoric that undocumented young people in this country were using. And so the third word that you see here next to undocumented and afraid was unapologetic. I mentioned this because of the previous panels and sort of this notion that a lot of young undocumented people hear of, well, you're fine. You had no decision in coming to this country. It's your parents' fault, right? And sort of this tugging and this sort of messaging that I think nationally took on. When the DREAM Act failed, I think that shifted completely. And so I wanted to share that coming out as one of the tactics. I'm keeping an eye on time, so I'm going to keep moving forward. This is a picture of Rigo. I wanted to quickly put him in here because, as I mentioned, Rigo was one of our dear friends who really inspired and sparked the undocumented youth movement, not just in Chicago but across the country. And yesterday we inaugurated the UIC Undocumented Student Resource Center on his behalf, named after him. That being said, soon after coming out of the shadows and sort of realizing that our stories could serve as a political tool for change, there was an escalation in the diversity within tactics. And so here you see some examples of some of the undocumented young people across the country taking part in different forms of civil disobedience. So I'll go through these relatively quickly. Over at the top with the American flag, you see 5 people sitting with caps and gowns. And that was actually the first civil disobedience by undocumented young people in this country. And this was in late Senator John McCain's office. And part of the reason that McCain was targeted for the civil disobedience was because he had originally said yes to signing on to vote for the DREAM Act, but then backed out of that. The one right next to it with the people sitting around a banner is also from 2010, and this was a civil disobedience by 21 undocumented young people in the U.S. Capitol. And these were undocumented people from across the country. Right under that, you see 4 people with T-shirts, and this was a walk from Florida to D.C. to bring attention to the barriers that undocumented youth were facing in this country as well. Right next to that, you see the Obama for America campaign poster with 2012 and 2 people locked in arms. This was a civil disobedience in the Obama for the campaign offices. So Obama had run his first campaign saying he would pass immigration reform within the first 100 days. Nothing had happened, and so this were people undocumented young people holding him accountable. You know, DACA happened in 2012, and so part of the reason that DACA happened is because of undocumented young people putting themselves on the line and holding Obama accountable. This was around the same time that Obama got calling the deporter-in-chief because he had detained and deported more people in this country than any other president. And then the last photo that you see here was from 2014, and this is 5 undocumented queer people and allies who blocked traffic, chained themselves to a metal cage in front of Santa Ana Police Department. You can see the cage behind them, and you can see them wearing very cute heels. I think these photos in part show many things. So the first one, you see that the first civil disobedience, both of them in 2010, folks are wearing caps and gowns, right? That was also very strategic to show that these undocumented young people had grown up in the U.S., had graduated from a U.S. school, and that was part of the messaging that folks wanted to get across. I think as time went on, as the DREAM Act never passed, people became more resistant to even the term dreamers. Folks were very clear about this is not a dream. It's not. Don't romanticize sort of what is happening within my life. The other thing that I wanted to note here is in 2012 we get DACA, and that really shifted the paradigm a little bit. Shifted the paradigm within the undocumented youth movement. What happens here is priority shift for folks, and so it completely impacts the way that people are organizing on the ground. Not only does DACA sort of create a band-aid solution, but it creates a sort of intermediate state condition, which I think Menjivar put it best as sort of liminal existence, liminal legality, this gray area between being documented and undocumented. So DACA-vented individuals have access to a state ID, to a license, can travel within the U.S. borders, but they cannot vote, they can't get financial aid, they can't leave the country. And so it really creates this layer within the undocumented youth population even, of people who are, for lack of a better word, worthy to get this work permit. Earlier we were talking about labor, and so I also just want to quickly point out that DACA, when you boil down to it, it's a work permit, right? And so the intricacies that come with saying this group of people is eligible for legal work within this country. I will say that I also want to acknowledge that DACA did impact folks dramatically, right? It did impact their accessibility for education and higher ed. However, it neither reduced deportation rates, and if anything, it increased the militarization at the border. I think part of what I tried to do in this article is talk about how DACA led undocumented youth within the movement to gain some protections while still being very vulnerable to deportation and sort of existing in this prolonged surveillance within the state. Needless to say, DACA is not a solution, and I think now more than ever we're seeing it, especially now that we have over 20,000 recent migrants in this country. And I will end it by saying, because my time is over, you've seen these posters all around the bus stops in the CTA, and I just wanted to really highlight Felipe Baeza, who is an undocumented and queer artist. Living in New York, grew up in Chicago, and part of these posters and his work called Unruly Forms asks us to question within ourselves, what does it mean to be an unruly person, to live outside of citizenship, and in other words, imagine other ways of being, belonging, everywhere, anywhere, and elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you for the very inspiring presentation. It always reminds me of how important UIC has been for this. And many of those students that you saw in those pictures that they show are also graduates from the University of Chicago. And next we have Arlene Correa Valencia. She is a multidisciplinary and community-oriented communication artist. She is going to present her work Resistance Through Art. And I want to invite everyone in the audience to visit her webpage. I was reading it very recently, and I was very much taken aback by the power of her art and how inspiringly her work in the communities in California. So if you have time, please visit her webpage. Arlene Correa Valencia, please.
Hi everyone, my name is Arlene. I just want to say thank you so much for having me. It's really such an honor to be with you all here. I titled my presentation Hypervisible. I was undocumented for 25 years and gained status through learning how to work a system that was not made for me. But before I get started on that, I do want to make a note and comment that I'm really honored to hear all of your guys' research, all of the work that you're doing. But I want to say that it has been really, really tough listening to all of you discuss people like me. It made me really emotional, and I can't promise I won't cry. But it is really difficult to hear the way that other people speak about you when you have to live with that every second of your life. I want to commend you all for doing such incredible work, and thank you for everything that you're doing for our communities. If you are not or have not been undocumented, I think you can begin to imagine what it feels like to be, and it's an experience that I never wish upon anyone, but that I'm also really grateful for because it's given me the perspective that I have today, and it's not to say that it doesn't come without pain. So anyway, thank you for your work. My family is from Arteaga, Michoacan, which is a little red dot down there. And then I like showing the route to where I live now. I grew up in Napa Valley in California. This is my mom, my brother, and I in 1996. And my mother was pregnant at the time with my sister. My father left us at home in Michoacan and came to the U.S. like many other parents, searching for the opportunity to be able to feed us. And then eventually, a year later, we were reunited through Calexico and ended up living in Napa Valley because it's a place of agriculture and has so many complexities of labor and undocumented labor. And so it was the right fit for my family. And then in 2012, I became a dreamer. Along with my brother and my sister, who is not pictured but is in my mom's belly. My little sister was 32 days old when we crossed the border. obviously illegally. And that's always been the inspiration of my work, is thinking about how children and infants and newborns can cross the border and commit this illegal act without actually doing anything. And I like to share my family in my presentations because you'll see that my work is so centered around my family. These are my siblings now. This is a picture of my very handsome father with my youngest brother. And it's like my favorite picture in Napa because during the spring we get this beautiful mustard that just covers the vineyards in this sea of beauty. And it's really hard to exist in a world and in a society that is not made for you in any way, but that is also so beautiful and commercially sustained by your own labor and by your sweat and tears. I have this very complex relationship to Napa Valley. And then this is my brother, my sister, and I when I was in grade school. Just a little bit of background information on Napa. I think the stats on this were from when I was in school, like in 2004, so they might not be current, and I apologize for that. But I just wanted you all to see, you can read them, how much of the Valley Latinos and undocumented immigrants actually make up. So while we are sustained on wine and food and are home to world-class chefs and millionaires, we're also a community that lives very impoverished and has very little to no access to good education or housing or healthcare. And that's basically how I grew up in this beautiful, terrifying place. And it's funny enough, I was just sharing, my husband sent me a picture of the vineyards this morning that was so beautiful, and I just feel so lucky to live there. But I do battle with this polarity of being wonderful, but also knowing that this is the place of most of my pain and suffering in this country. As an artist, I feel that I don't often have the right words to talk about what I'm thinking and what I'm feeling. So I have this practice of writing things down and then using that to write larger pieces and proposals and things. So this is a snippet of some of the words that I collage at the end of the day, and that continue to pop up in my work. In 2017, if you all have ever been to California or have recently, we started suffering because of wildfires. And specifically in Napa, we started seeing how wildfires were affecting agriculture and labor, and thus also affecting the economy of migrants and this circular economy that circles back to our home countries. Because as migrants who sustain the vineyards, we send money back to our families in Mexico or Latin America. And so if we don't have work in the vineyards, then there's no money circling back home. And it's really this larger economic conversation of how climate change is shifting and changing our structures. At this time, this is my series called En Tiempos de Crisis, in Times of Crises. In 2017, I was extremely frustrated with the lack of visibility for what we now call essential workers. There was a grand push for our families to harvest the grape because, of course, nobody wanted to lose out on their fancy cabs or their Pinots. And so the undocumented agriculture community was forced to go out into the vineyard. And I say forced in this, quoted term because it's a force that has no other choice, right? If our community doesn't harvest, they don't have the resources to put a roof over their children's head or to feed their families. And so while they're not technically being forced to harvest, they have no other choice but to harvest. And we saw air quality conditions that were absolutely brutal and worse than China's worst day. And we put people on the vineyards without any safety, I think earlier was talked about how there's very little regulations in agriculture, and this was one of the things that was happening, and I was very frustrated with it because while everybody was focused on the resorts and the loss of the grape for that year, I was seeing that my community was suffering through this time of crisis and had to continue to labor through something that was just absolutely terrifying. So I went out into the vineyards, I documented some of the people, and then I went home and created these large-scale oil paintings in which I used visibility and invisibility as a way to celebrate, protect, and honor while also documenting the experience of my community. I was also very just fascinated with how you can create darkness out of the color of wine. So I layer a lot of phthalo blues and alizarin blues and reds to create darkness, but then to also bring out the bodies and to highlight certain features of bodies so that you recognize that someone is there. And I've heard the term used, living in the shadows. And so I guess this is a reflection of that, even though I really hate those terms. But yeah, this is my series from 2017. You guys can check them out more on the website. I ended up doing a piece with KQED in San Francisco. It was a 5-minute piece that was really, really beautiful, honoring how that work was created. And in 2020, we won an Emmy for the short. And it was the first time that I was actually able to bring something home for my parents, for them to see the value of all their sacrifices and to know that they could hold this thing that was actually recognizing the work that I was doing. And it felt like the biggest gift that I could give my father and my mother for their sacrifice of bringing us to this country. So there's my parents with the Emmy, which is a really beautiful moment. And then later, when I was in grad school, I embarked on this journey of creating this project titled "We Are Not Invisible, Somos Visibles," in collaboration with Ana Teresa Fernandez. She came to me and asked what I would have what I would say on my T-shirt if I could have a sweatshirt, a T-shirt that translated my experience of being undocumented. And I think for me, one of the most frustrating things is being told what I am, whether that is a dreamer or living in the darkness or being invisible. So I very blatantly said I just wanted to say we are not invisible. Obviously, you can see the connections to the labor wear in the vineyards. So I very literally took one of those vest sweatshirt things, and I wanted the materials to also reflect the materials of the labor industry in our community. So we ended up creating these 2 sweatshirts, "We Are Not Invisible" and "Somos Visibles." They're reflective, and so if you put any flash on them, they reflect back the letters. We actually took this project and had a lot of sponsorship from a lot of other collaborators in the Bay Area, including Levi's, and we were able to produce these T-shirts to teach people about the census and to help them understand that they have a voice in the census and that they will not be punished in any way if they are counted. And the inverse happens, that we actually get more resources for our schools and our roads. And so it was a really powerful project that we took all over the Bay Area. And I actually was able to take it into the vineyards. We weren't signing people up for the census in the vineyards, but it was more about educating them and allowing them to have something to take home to reflect about how art can be used as a tool of visibility. We also had this giant poster of me on the side of the freeway in San Francisco, which was very intimidating. But when Trump was pushing to end the census early, which was a very, how do you say that, intentional act to try to get less people to be counted, we put this up to make sure that people were moving and actually getting that money. I said I'd show you how I talk about my family. And so then quickly I'll talk about this project. It's titled Llévame contigo, quiero estar contigo, take me with you, I want to be with you. When 1996, when I was separated from my father, these are pictures that we sent to my dad on the top of my brother and I. And then this is my niece Aileen, who is now 4 years old. But in 2019, when she was born, I was reflecting on the letters that I sent to my father in 1996, where I very literally wrote, "Take me with you, I want to be with you." And I was a 3-year-old girl who was crying and was suffering, being abandoned by her father. And so I always wanted to make work that talked about the separation of bodies and how bodies can be one, but also be apart, and using light and visibility and invisibility in the work. I never knew how to do it because I never understood how my dad could leave me. But then I met my niece, and the moment that I held my niece, I understood that you can love someone so much that you're willing to leave them in order to give them life. And so the creation of this work started. It's textile works, repurposing fabric and the clothing of my family that also glow in the dark. So on the left is what it looks like in regular lighting, and on the right is what it looks like if you were to turn the lights off, where the babies and the parents are separated from one another, and you can only see the child, or you can only see how the parent protects the child from being visible. I've made a lot of works using this style, and they're very popular. I think, one, because they engage you visually, but also they show you how bodies don't have to be brown, black, or white for you to understand the separation of ourselves and how we want to be united. I'm really, really proud of this work, and I've watched it evolve in the last 3 years. I'm using different textiles. I recently got my green card this year, and so now I'm able to go home to Mexico and source other textiles, which has been really, really exciting. And so I've been producing a lot of really cool works, in my opinion. But then lastly, before I end, I want to share this last project, which is my most recent project since getting my green card. I want to be very intentional with my collaborators and choosing people that I want to fund. I feel very fortunate. I'm represented by Kathleen Clark Gallery, and she is a huge advocate for my work and is helping me help other communities. And earlier this year, I came across these doors, which used to be in a detention center that closed, and I was able to obtain the doors, and I'm taking the textile. I'm taking the text from the doors, which was written by migrants that were being held behind them, to create tapetes with Jacobo Mendoza in Oaxaca. And these are traditional tapetes made the same way that his great-grandparents have been making them. But instead of making, just the door and tapetes, we're putting the text from the doors, and here you see them installed. Oh yeah, that's my favorite. You see them installed near Ramona Center for the Arts in San Francisco. If any of you are in San Francisco, I encourage you to stop by. The show's up until May, and you can see the installation with the benches, the doors, and the textiles. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. This is really art to resistance. Next, we have Jane Lim. She is the Director of Policy and Mitigation from the Young Center for Intervention Human Rights. She's going to talk about advocating for the rights of mentally separated children who imagine resistance and coalition for systemic change, pushing for systemic change. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak today. I feel extremely honored to be on this panel. I almost feel like I'm not deserving to be on this panel, especially since I'm just a lawyer. And I mainly just talk and complain a lot. But it's just really inspiring to see the work that's really being done on the ground, and just the creativity. It's just really humbling in a way. And I guess I wanted to talk about the work of the Young Center, and I think in order to sort of contextualize our work, I thought it would be good to talk about the current system that children are confronting. And it sounds to me like many of you are very familiar with that, so I apologize if this is a bit of a review. I wasn't here this morning. But I think it's helpful to understand the context that children that we work with are facing. So right now, obviously, there's a lot of restrictions on accessing asylum at the border, and what that really means is there's a situation being created at the border, really on the Mexico side, that we're referring to as extraterritorial detention, that families are sort of being kept in a state of limbo. On the Mexico side of the border, we're seeing encampments popping up again, like we saw under the Remain in Mexico policy, and families essentially being denied access to ports of entry. And what that really leads to is separation of families in all sorts of different ways. The border areas are migrants at border areas are at high risk of kidnapping and extortion. They also experience homelessness. We've seen this cause family separation. We're also seeing failed immigration policies that accept unaccompanied children. And while we support children being able to access ports of entry, the unfortunate result of this is that parents and caregivers are often feeling compelled to separate from their children and send them over unaccompanied so that their children can seek safety. We saw this under the Remain in Mexico policy, under Title 42, and we obviously have concerns that the asylum ban under the Biden administration is creating the same situation. The other thing that we're seeing is expedited proceedings for families. You hear a lot about expedited removal,
but what the asylum ban has essentially done is it's really stripped the process of any sort of due process, and the odds are so stacked against families that it's really become a system of expedited or fast-track deportations. The other thing that we've been seeing is just the ongoing criminalization of crossing. I think a lot of us are familiar with the zero tolerance policy under the Trump administration that led to the separation of families, but what people don't often realize is that separations of families continue. The government continues to separate families under a narrower set of exceptions, but they do continue, and the trauma to children caused by that, and families in general, we see that daily in our work with kids. The other thing that I just want to highlight is obviously the collusion between state governments, obviously Operation Lone Star, and the federal government, where state governments are arresting parents who are migrants, charging them with offenses, and then sending them to ICE for deportation. So that's just another situation that's happening at the border that the children at border are confronting. What we do is work with unaccompanied and separated kids who are in federal custody, and any kid who is apprehended by Customs and Border Patrol without a parent or legal guardian are initially placed in CBP, Customs and Border Patrol jails, and then transferred within 72 hours to federal detention facilities across the country. And what these facilities really are large congregate care facilities. Many children are held in facilities with over 100 kids, some with hundreds, even sometimes thousands of kids when the number of kids is extremely high. And while the average length of care is 25 days, which is almost a month, many kids are held longer than that, some for months and even years. And we work with the most vulnerable kids who face some of the longest periods of custody. Children in custody have limited contact with family. Right now, we have to fight to get them daily calls of 10 minutes each, but that's a recent development. Before that, it was only 20 minutes per week that they could speak with family. And families go through vetting processes. Children are restricted in their movement in these facilities, and they are often facing behavior management techniques that result more in punishment than receiving the trauma-informed care that they need. The other thing that I want to highlight is that the immigration system that children experience is not made for children. I mean, it's not even made for adults, but it's really important to highlight that children go through the same proceedings as everyone else. There are no special courts for children. There are no special judges for children. With few exceptions, there are no special procedures for children, and children do not have a right to an attorney at government expense, which means that there are children navigating this system largely on their own. And that is, I don't know how many of you are familiar with how complicated, I don't even understand immigration law most days, and to have someone have to navigate it and a child, it's absolutely absurd that our government doesn't ensure that children have access to counsel. So this is the context in which the Young Center works. We are dealing with a system that often fails to treat and see children as children, fails to ensure their health and safety, and fails to ensure that children are heard. The Young Center was founded in 2004. It is the only program of its kind in the country. We have 8 locations across the United States, including our headquarters, which is here in Chicago, and our Chicago team is here in the audience. And our mission is to protect and advance the rights and best interests of immigrant children in accordance with the Convention of the Rights of the Child and state and federal law. The bulk of our work, although I'm with the policy program, we are a small little team of 7 people, but the bulk of our work is our Child Advocate Program, and that's our Chicago Child Advocate Program is in the audience today. Our Child Advocate programs are appointed by the federal government
as child advocates to unaccompanied children in custody. And our role is to identify and advocate for the best interests of individual children and ensure that all decisions about them, including custody, placement, reunification with family, repatriation, takes into consideration their best interests. We operate from a rights-based paradigm, recognizing children's right to be heard, to have their wishes centered, their right to safety, their right to family integrity, their right to liberty, right to development, and right to identity. We operate from this paradigm to minimize the risk that bias, stereotypes, and paternalism influence best interest determinations. So that kind of takes me to our policy work, which is what we're fighting for is a reimagined system. We advocate directly with federal agencies, we work with congressional offices, we participate in litigation, we write reports, and we engage in communication strategies with the goal of completely reimagining the system for unaccompanied children. And really what that can look like on a daily basis is meetings with federal agencies, going on the Hill, talking to members of Congress, writing bill language, proposing regulations. It can really look in a lot of different ways, but a lot of our work is informed by our child advocate program, what they are hearing and seeing on the ground, and what kids are asking for, what kids want is really sort of driving our work, and we work to center those experiences when we go and advocate on the Hill or with federal agencies. Our work is sort of focused on 4 different areas. We promote family unity, and we protect children in custody. We work on ensuring children have access to a range of legal relief, and we work to change the narrative about and amplify the voices of immigrant youth. I don't know how much time I have. I could probably talk for an hour about each of these areas. I have 2 minutes left, so I think I'm happy to talk about all of these things. One of the things that is sort of the big bulk of our work focuses on advocating for children who are in custody and really getting the government to understand that detention, federal government custody is not a benign thing. That kids are best in family-based settings, kids are best not in detention, and that is sort of what drives our advocacy. And we are always thinking of ways to improve conditions in custody so that we are moving towards a child-centered, trauma-informed model. What I have seen, unfortunately, is policies and procedures that often criminalize kids, criminalize manifestations of trauma, punish kids, and those are things that we really push back against, and really push back against children being placed in restrictive settings. People don't realize that children can be placed in jails, juvenile jail settings, if they're stepped up enough to a highly restrictive setting. And we obviously are pushing to end that type of detention. And then finally, I wanted to talk a little bit about our narrative change work, because I think it aligns well with the topic of the panel. We do a ton of work around just shifting the narrative, disrupting harmful narratives, and obviously we're all familiar with anti-immigrant narratives that are rampant, and those also touch upon immigrant youth and families. We see our kids being seen as criminals, as gang members. We see families being policed, being seen as suspicious. And we push back against those narratives and elevate narratives where children and families are spoken about with dignity. Most importantly, their perspectives are incorporated and centered in decision making, and they're not subjected to intrusive surveillance. So I just wanted to highlight that work, and I am happy to answer any questions about our work, and I encourage you to volunteer for our organization. Feel free to talk to our Chicago program looks as well about what they're seeing on the ground with the kids that they work with as well.
Thank you. I'm sorry to be rushing along because what I really want the audience to have So next we have Ellie Baena. Ellie is the district chief of staff for Alderman Michael Rodriguez, the 22nd Ward, and a council member of the City of Chicago's District Council. She wears many hats, so additionally, on top of being a public employee, she serves as the co-chair of the Young Women Giving Council and on the board of directors for Mujeres Latinas en Acción and Urban Warriors. Please welcome. Marta? No? Well,
before we could listen to the people speaking here, can you hear the speakers? Yeah. Coming up?
Testing. So Ellie is going to talk to us today about Chicago, a blue sanctuary city, current challenges for protecting migrant children.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here and talk a little bit about the city of Chicago. And I'm just in awe with all our panelists, everything that we heard today. So I'm still like letting that sink in. So I'm just gonna fangirl for a moment. Thank you guys for everything you shared today. So very much like what was shared. I have two roles with the city of Chicago. I'm going to talk about one of them today. And like it was mentioned, I serve as the city of Chicago's 22nd Ward District Chief of Staff for Alderman Rodriguez. Our ward consists of 5 neighborhoods. That's LeClaire Hurst, Sleepy Hollow, Dedham Park, North Lawndale, and Little Village. So I mentioned that because our office is located in one of those neighborhoods, obviously, in Little Village. And our office is at 2500 South St. Louis, if you ever want to visit me, but also because it's 2 blocks away from the home that my family first arrived here to. So I actually grew up in 23rd and St. Louis. My family migrated from Guerrero, Mexico in the early 90s, and I always say that we chose La Villita as our home. So I'll be talking a little bit about that, but what I'm sharing today is kind of a conversation that I feel like I have on a weekly basis with several individuals. This includes like our constituents that come into our office. This includes stakeholders, and sometimes my friends and family. I joked to my sister last week at a family party because people know that I've been doing this work. I was like, I promise you, I was like, at least three people will want to engage in a conversation with me, like at a bautizo. And but so happy to have a better, my presentation in front of me to talk about what it means to be a welcoming city and the work that we've been doing in the 22nd Ward. So first I want to set the stage, kind of what is a welcoming city. So if you go to the City of Chicago website, this is the first thing you'll find under the New Americans office. And Chicago, as a sanctuary city, has boasted a rich history of immigration dating back to its inception by founder Jean-Baptiste Pointe-Dussart, a Haitian French immigrant. And over the years, the city has served as a welcoming haven for newcomers from and around the world, contributing to its status as diverse, thriving hub of economy and culture. And the city's strength and vitality are often linked to this diversity. As the city has embraced this diversity, it has also implemented policies to protect the rights and dignity of migrants who seek refuge here. So since August of 2022, the city has welcomed more than 20,000 men, women, and children who have risked a dangerous route by foot to the United States. And the number that I want to highlight that the city doesn't share in that welcoming speech is that today approximately 3,500 individuals are sleeping in airport and police station floors. And across the city, we expect more buses to arrive on a daily basis. And again, the city, what its message is, what responsibility we have. So as a welcoming city, we have a responsibility to provide access to shelter, food, and medical care to everyone regardless of immigration status.
Many of our new arrivals have walked hundreds of miles, navigating great danger through multiple countries in pursuit of a safety and opportunity in the United States. And we are committed to assisting each family and individual providing human services with respect and dignity. And again, I share, if you go to the City of Chicago website, that's what you're going to see. That's the mission of what we are as a welcoming city. But what has that looked like over the years? We've had a welcoming city ordinance, and while the mission has remained the same, over the years the message has looked a little bit different. So kind of like the history, that's the actual ordinance of what a welcoming city is. In 1985, then Mayor Harold Washington took a pivotal step to shield immigrants from deportation by declaring Chicago a sanctuary city. This executive order implicitly forbade city employees from participating in the enforcement of federal immigration laws. And most recently, in 2012, then Mayor Rahm Emanuel, along with the Chicago City Council, passed the Welcoming City Ordinance, reaffirming the city's commitment to inclusivity. The ordinance safeguarded the rights of immigrants and ensured that all residents, regardless of their immigration status, have access to essential services. And the most recent amendment in 2021 with then Mayor Lori Lightfoot, who further fortified the Welcoming City ordinances by eliminating carve-outs and closing out any potential loopholes that could have enabled cooperation with federal enforcement agencies. And a lot of that at that time, I can tell you my background was for the last decade was as an immigration advocate, working in a nonprofit, working on the field. So while we were shouting for elected, so our city council, we were doing this work on the ground to make sure things like this were fortified. This is the first time that I also point out my boss, Alderman Rodriguez, is in that picture, right on the left. You'll see his fancy hair right there. That's a joke. That's a joke. If you see the picture, he'll forget me. He'll forget me. And that's the first time that I had actually met him. It was outside of I was part of the ICER, as part of the ICER coalition, one of the nonprofits that I was part of. We were staging a protest, and I noticed him, and I noticed that a lot of electeds like to take the stage and kind of put themselves forward when they sometimes don't have any business doing so. And what I noticed about him was that he was actually with one of the organizations in Lassie. He was very much to himself. He just, gave people space. So that was the first time I noticed him when we were doing this work. So little did I know, I would meet him many years later and go on to work with him. And he was the one that actually suggested that, I step in for this panel. So I just want to make sure I give him his shout out too. So, again, as we face this humanitarian crisis, the City of Chicago has stood up temporary shelters to meet the needs of individuals and families with children arriving in their city. So, again, if you go to the City of Chicago, that's their dashboard, that you could see it by the numbers. So total shelter census right now, as of yesterday, I believe 11,939 individuals. Total waiting placement, 3,247. People waiting in police stations, 2,681. So you get an idea of what that reality looks like. And I think I highlight that because I think it's so easy for us. If you live in Chicago, you've seen it. You've driven past these police stations. And I think really getting that snapshot of what the reality looks like is a little bit different. So I wanted to share that with you. And again, one of the highlights, things that they do on the graphs is like by arrival, where are people coming from, where are they being bused, and I know that, that was shared. So I won't go more into that, but despite its sanctuary city status, Chicago, continues to face these ongoing challenges and has relied on police station districts, airports to serve as emergency staging areas. So you'll see right there that the staging areas, again, the same numbers, but a little bit different. They break it down since September, this past month, so you'll see the increase in arrivals, and you'll kind of see where we stagger in placing people into shelters. So the city uses the word staging areas, and I think when you actually look at what a staging area is, an airport, a police station, again, I bring that up just because that's the reality of the resources that the city has right now when people come in. They were also referred to at the beginning in August of last year, earlier this year, as respite centers. And one of the things that we've seen through this past year especially in our district, as community really come together to kind of support our new arrivals. So instead of talking about, the city, because every city is very different, I want to bring up a different story, one of the 22nd Ward, and what I'm dubbing, a welcome neighborhood. The reason that I mentioned that my family and I, arrived into this neighborhood, for those of you who know it, bienvenidos a Little Village, bienvenidos a La Villita, it's because it is a neighborhood that has been known to be one for immigrants. And while its history has been complex since the 60s, and then the movement of displacement for Mexican immigrants because of this institution too, in the 80s. Pilsen and Little Village became a predominantly Mexican neighborhood after that time, after UIC expanded. And, there you go. And in the 90s, my family was there. And then we always saw it as a welcoming area. When we first encountered any immigrant families, or we first encountered any people that needed support, because what happens when you go there, you feel like it's your community, especially for Mexican immigrants. You find people who have language accessibility, who speak the same language as you, and you might not, at that moment, you might not think it's that big of a deal, but when you're navigating a new country, it's everything to you. My mom, when she first migrated to the United States, she ended up in California. She was by herself. She knew no one. And she tells me the saddest story that I'll share with you, because I've shared it before. She would tell me that she didn't know how to order food at restaurants. And she would go to Taco Bell. And because the pictures were there, she would always be like, she could order a number 1, she could order a number 2. So that story of accessibility has always stayed with me whenever we work with any diverse population, especially as we welcome our new arrivals. I think really understanding what has been happening in our city has been a little difficult for people, because we have these stories of how people got here, but we also don't, once they get to the police station, kind of what is the reality. So I want to take my time and kind of highlight what the Chicago Volunteer Police Response Team has done as a mutual aid response team. A lot of the work that has been done for the new arrivals has not been through the city of Chicago. It has been through mutual aid volunteers that have stepped up and have done that work. And we see it, and again, I provide the 22nd Ward as a case status. We received a call from volunteers when families started arriving in the police stations on day 5. We went with the alderman, and we were able to identify that 3 families were staying there. The first thing that we did was start getting supplies, started connecting with our stakeholders, and then, again, the idea coming from the volunteers, kind of like the children are there all day, so we brought toys, we brought coloring books, we were able just to kind of see how we can support them, right? And very quickly, I'm very thankful, like I said, for the community that we were able to build. And Alderman Rodriguez, I give him a lot of credit for the way that he's managed the situation in our ward, where he said we don't give we don't leave room for hate here. And I'm sure that you've heard a lot about shelters opening and what those community meetings have been like. We were actually one of the first shelters to open up in Little Village. And this is the letter that we sent out to the residents of our ward, letting them know that we were going to move forward with this decision, and that we had consulted with mutual aid volunteers, with partners, UCN Lost and New Life Centers, the Park District, and then Mayor Johnson on his first day was there to join us and support us in that work. But again, like I said, a lot of that what we let was the mutual aid volunteers lead us and to see how we can support there. And as someone who had done mutual aid work, who had been in the nonprofit sector, I loved it when people checked me and were like, who are you stepping in as a government, from your government office, what are you going to do? And I'm like, tell us the resources that you need and we'll be there. So we were able to learn a lot from them. And I'm sorry that I didn't get to speak a lot about the children, but one of the things that I do want to highlight, that once we opened Petrowski, there was about 7 days of school, the Petrowski shelter, there was 7 days of school left, and we enrolled them in school. I had the joy to walk over one family to Zapata Academy, and I was able to whisper them, they're like, they're like, is someone gonna tell do all the students speak English? And I'm like, you know what? Just watch TV. You're okay. Just watch TV like me. PBS taught me English. You'll be okay. So within that week, through our partners, we were able to enroll 79 students into CPS. Our Charles B. Shelter held 200 individuals, and everything that we've been learning, everything that we've been doing to support the children from getting, we haven't waited for the city. And even though we are an all dramatic office and we depend on city support, we've been letting our mutual aid volunteers, our community stakeholders, and do that. And that's why I present it, as a case study to the work that we've been doing, because unfortunately we could not wait for the city to move forward, because this is a crisis happening across the city. And I sometimes I can only point to the work we're doing, and again, like Alderman Rodriguez says, we don't leave room for hate here, and we're going to continue to make sure that the children here that are in the 10th district, that are which are in our neighboring ward and in Petrowski Shelter, and we hope to have a second shelter open very soon at a former CBS site on Pulaski, and we'll continue to make sure that we're listening to our volunteers, listening to our families, so they're all treated with dignity and respect. Thank you. Or new initiatives. A little bit of joy.
Thank you, Ellie, for making an outlook Mario. So now we have a little bit more than 15 minutes, 15 or so. So I will open it up for questions from the audience. Let's take the first round. Yes.
I would like to ask you talk a little bit about the youngest generations. How are they perceiving your activism, your teaching, your community fighting? Like, what are the ones intending, whether they are arriving back from many countries or being born here? I think it would be a particular generation. Thank you, Valentina. The stage has spread around so that we can have more efficient with time, and we can use the time. So I'll take a couple of more questions to the panel. Okay, next one, please raise your hand so that we can speak. We will take 3 questions and first round.
I first want to say thank you so much for the talk. It was really, really to hear, very informative as well. So I know that you also spoke in a limited use of discussing certified background. I wanted to know, also you had noted about how the language has shifted and how the language of like parents and innocence impacts the way we express immigration reform, and particularly legalization for all.
Thank you for this great panel. I have a question coming through. In response to the recent settlement agreement following zero tolerance, I'm wondering if you could maybe speak a little bit about the codification of family separation, how that's shifting under the Biden administration.
Thank you. Now we go for the panel conversation.
Think about your questions.
I'll talk a little bit about the generations that I get to teach, like the younger generations, and how I see them embracing the work that I do. I would start by saying that, like, obviously my niece and my nephews play people in the work. All of the work all of the visual work that I make is documenting them being held by my family, me, my husband, and my father. And Eileen and Kenji are only 3 and 2, but I do know that the way that they see themselves in the work is very proud. I had opened an exhibition in San Francisco in which I included Eileen's recreation of the Aztec calendar, and it was collected by the Cantor at Stanford as a package and with a painting of my father's and mine as well. And so it was always my father's dream to be an artist, and he never got to do that, obviously. And so having the family collected at the Cantor is really important in having these like multi-generational conversations about how art can impact our understanding of ourselves and our history and our culture. So I'm very proud to say Eileen now introduces herself as Eileen Artista. And I also do a lot of community work with Boys and Girls Club of Napa Valley, another organization, Sport Las Abiertas, which, like many of you guys, literally open their doors to migrants and helping them access resources and education or health, or labor and work and all of that stuff. And doing work with those children and children of migrants and children that were born in the U.S. that have parents that don't have status is very impactful. And I see that as we deconstruct language and learn to stand against invisibility or use language to relabel ourselves, and we believe that we should be identified as, we start to dismantle these notions of invisibility and like suppressive terms. And I'm really proud to share that like the work that I've done at the Boys and Girls Club has literally opened these kids to start talking about their family structure and to not be ashamed, which is something that took me 20-something years to get rid of, was that shame of being undocumented and that fear of coming out and having that moment of sharing my voice and sharing my story. I think it's becoming easier for these other generations to have something to reference and say, they did it, so I can do it too. But I'd love to hear more about what you have to say.
Thank you. I think what I'm thinking through, because I work at UIC with college students, one of my roles on campus is certified school, which is a creative and documented alliance. And ULA actually came out of the early 2010 activism within UIC. Now, when I'm meeting with documented young people that are teenagers, college age, what's coming up is that even more so the realities of being an excited family, and not just between citizens and permanent residents, but then also older siblings who have DACA when they themselves are no longer eligible. And so, because of the current happenings in the federal courts, no new DACA applications are being accepted. And so the only people who have DACA are those who had it and continue to renew. Which creates a subcategory of undocumented young people, which is what I was saying earlier. And so now you have young people again in college who are unfortunately in the same place that we were pre-DACA. They're graduating from UMC with a diploma that's a piece of paper that they can't work legally in this country. So I think that's having a huge impact. I think, part of the reason why I share these examples with disobedience is because I think, not only because we're able to build community and sort of remember what happened in the past and the present, but also because I think there needs to be a resurgence of these efforts. I think the other question that comes to mind is, even though the immigrant youth justice ceases to exist, sort of petition into what's now called OCAD, it's the Organized Communities Against Deportation. So even though priority shifted for a lot of people who are doing organizing, a lot of people still continue to organize for documented people. So the strategy shifted, and there was a bigger demand and the aggressive deportation work that was happening. And that even allowed us to do cross-national work in 2015 with my friends and other professors at UCLA. We were able to get folks from LA and Chicago to Mexico City and talk and make connections with people who have been deported, young people who have been deported, opposed to self-report. And so a lot has shifted, but I think, the work continues.
I think I'm addressing the question around what I can do. That's the response element. So I mean, I think that we have done a lot of advocacy on that issue, but more than anything, I think it's really a matter of educating the public that separation is going to continue as long as not, the lines or categorical separation that occur under public education. Those things are now are sort of institutionalized, that's part of the settlement, and then entirely problematic. I think that it's also just important to highlight that there are many ways that our immigration policies sort of institutionalize family separation. But another thing that we are constantly confronting is that when a child shows up at the door with a relative caregiver that's not their parent or legal guardian, they are also separated. And that's just a part of our immigration system. So it's like family separation is part of like our immigration system in many ways, and I think that you know, sort of, just tackling just zero tolerance in and of itself is not the answer. And so I think that we constantly need to, re-examine like what we find acceptable, what we don't find acceptable, and really sort of challenge the ways that our immigration system policies like, do certain things like agency and have standards that that don't apply that wouldn't apply in the American like context. We separate families and we standards are unrelated which so we can do that. So I think that we're constantly pushing. I will say that it is sometimes a frustrating battle because I think that so much is justified in the name of national security and immigration that is not allowed in other contexts. And I think I didn't quite hear the full question about childhood innocence, but I think that that's a really important point, and it's something that we constantly think about. I think that it's really important that we don't, like idealize the children that we work with. Like they have, many have to make difficult choices and have to make difficult decisions, and some of them have, been coerced into gang activity, some of them have been involved in gang activity. Those are things that people, I don't think it's helpful to shy away from those realities. I think it's really important to meet kids where they're at. I think the problem is that our immigration system doesn't meet the kids as doesn't see the kids as kids, what I mean, and doesn't see them with humanity and all the things that I think that we want to see them as sort of innocent victims, or we want to see them as villains, and it's really neither. And I think that the main thing is to see them as humans. And I use the word criminal justice system as just the same. You know what I mean? Like we want to see them as these like one-dimensional, black and white like people, or those are just people. And if you saw their humanity, you would feel very different about them. So.
Thank you so much. So my question is around the notion that we had talked about previously of parents resistance and the topic of resistance. I think for many of us in this group, for some of us at least, our own identity, our own passion really informs the work that we do. So I guess for everyone, I'm curious, how do you see taking care of yourself in the work that you do, or just how do you take care of yourself in the sort of supply for our own experiences? Yeah.
Thank you so much. This is for Ariane. Can we talk to us a little bit about attempts by several older people to repeal the Welcoming City ordinance, and how you think we got here, what your analysis is moving forward of attempts to repeal the Welcoming City ordinance?
Last question goes to Marcela.
I was going to follow up your question, Martha, because I was just thinking of that, and I'm bringing it right here to all of us sessions. What can we do to stop that push that they're trying to, not have us century in the city where we have been for such a long time, and I was part of it. So I'm really curious about that delay or anything. What is our homework? What can we do, especially as a public institution? What can we do to respond and support those that are very in unison to help the community?
I want to know. Okay, so it goes, the mic goes back to the panel because there is not a
So,
no, so I'm gonna start with the welcoming city a little bit and then talk about self-care because definitely that's been on my mind. And I think that's why, I think if you heard a little bit of what I was sharing, that's why I wanted to go deep into the ordinance. I think it has during the presentation. It was a little bit different, but I always want to end it in joy because we're always put through so much trauma when we're going through the work that we're doing. And yeah, so today, normally I am at city council with the alderman, and today was a city council meeting. So there has been attempts by certain aldermen to basically get rid of the welcoming city ordinance. And there's been different conversations that have been public. For example, I was with the alderman in another part of our board where someone basically asked the question, an alder asked the question, is there a cap in the ordinance to the people that we welcome? And people really wanting to know if there was a way to stop letting people in. How do we send these buses back? Like we recently were at the 38th in California, the city of Chicago, shelter community discussion open that was potentially opening, and there's the chance, send them back. And that's why I kept repeating what Alderman Rodriguez keeps saying, that in the 22nd ward we don't give any room for hate, and we do the work that we think aligns with being a welcoming city, but also a welcoming neighborhood. And right now it's being led by one of the aldermen, Alderman Raymond Lopez, from the 15th ward, who's also running for congressman. So 2 things to think about as we go into the discussion, really who he has been at city council. And as a community member, I can easily say I don't think he's ever in the right side of the community. And as someone who, is just wants that nail biting, cat, like that little headline that's going to get repeated in the media so everybody remembers the name when they're ready to vote for Congress. And what they're planning to do, or what the proposal is at City Council, is they want to do a referendum vote for people to choose if this is going to be on the ballot in March. So that's what they want. How do we get here? I think that's just this investment that we've seen in our communities. I didn't get a chance to speak about it because there's a lot, right? When I speak about our 22nd ward, and I mentioned we have 5 neighborhoods, we have Black and brown neighborhoods. Little Village is one of the biggest ones that we have in our ward, but we also have communities like Clairehurst, who have been historically Black neighborhoods that has been invested in. Literally, we just got community members fought for almost 19 years to get funding for this one. It's going to be the agency, along with the school. Basically, we're ending a food desert that's been there for a very long time, having access to health care system, right? And when anybody comes to us and they're mad, it's just because of this investment that has happened with the Black and brown communities. We see that, we feel it. And when anyone comes out angry, that's what I try to remember, right? That, and like I said, someone came up to me at a party, and I know sometimes it's even within our own community. Because I know there's so many people in my family that will never have a pathway to citizenship. Have cousins who have DACA, family who's undocumented, who will never have a pathway to citizenship. And there's frustrations, and sometimes we feel it in the neighborhood. So all day, I feel that hate. All day in that office, and I get emotional about it because it's very real. And like I said, and these are conversations that I have with our constituents on a daily basis. And I'm also very thankful for the community that has that, the community that we built in the 22nd ward, because we have a weekly call. It happens every Tuesday. I had to cancel it this week because I was going to be here, but we lead this call, and from there we have mutual aid volunteers that are part of this call. We have stakeholders like New Life Centers in Los Chicago, Rainbow Family Services. We have the City of Chicago sometimes pop up, the mayor's office that we want to complain, and it's been powerful to see that we can do that work. But really understanding how we got there, it's because you can see it in the city. So all of a sudden, when we're in the budget proposal right now, and communities don't understand that. How do we suddenly have, like in their minds, how do we suddenly have money to invest in people who are not Chicagoans? We'll just leave it at that. And like I said, I feel the hate. It's strong. We feel it all across the city, and diving into that self-care, right? How do we manage to do that? I've been doing this work, even though I've only been in government for almost 2 years. I was a nonprofit worker for almost 10 years, serving immigrant communities in the Latinx community. So I'm sorry. I always speak about this, that I feel sometimes nonprofit organizations are very exploitative, especially to our first generation Latinx and other children of immigrants, because we see the community and then we are sucked into mission, right? So we overwork, and I was like, I can't remember when Trump became a president and how many DACAs we had to file. And I enlisted my family, and I'm like, I just need you this, collate, big copies. I had a whole little system in our nonprofit organization that was volunteer led, and that was a lesson for myself too. A therapist is something I definitely recommend. So self-care looks like, what self-care looked like that first week we were called into a police station was calling my mentor, Claudia Marchand from Northern Illinois Justice for Our Neighbors. Am I approaching this work in a holistic way? Setting an extra call to my therapist because I'm like, I'm going to need to talk to someone because this is a lot. And making sure that I let the people around me, people that I organize with, friends and family know, hey, you know what, please check in on me, because when things happen like this, sometimes I forget to eat. And it sounds so silly that you have to tell someone to remind you to eat. But that's what I needed, because I've been down this road before, and I'm like almost going into over a decade of doing this work. You have to learn how to check in on yourself. So recommend everyone to try out therapy.
I will be totally honest and transparent with you. I don't have an answer for that. I think part of the reason why listening to all of you talk about the work that you're doing, why it was so hurtful, not hurtful, but emotional for me, is recognizing that I don't have those tools. That my way of coping is through self-harm and alcoholism, and the bartender is my self-care. And actually doing this kind of work is not self-care, because I have to sit here and relive my trauma to share with all of you, and to educate some of you, and to hopefully give you something to go home with and to think about and to change your community. So this kind of work is the opposite of self-care, but I recognize that it's really important, and I also can't imagine myself doing anything else. I recently, my husband and I were really lucky to be able to purchase a home in Napa. And I bought outside of Napa in the mountains where I get to be alone with the deer and by a lake. So I feel like maybe that's my self-care. It's removing myself from the situations that force me to talk about these issues. But yeah, we're going to work on it for sure.
I just want to invite myself to Napa. I think in relation to you though, I think for me it's usually when and how much I care, right? And so I spoke at the last class because you invited me last week and you invited me to this, and I said, yes, do it. But there will be times that there's people in this room where I said, no, I can't do it. So I'm so sorry that you're having this class, but I just can't this semester. And so actively and strategically choosing how and where I spend my energy. I also want to say that in terms of Madeline's question, Raymond Lopez is the 54th governor, and the last election, so Raymond Lopez is goofy, and I mean that in derogatory. And the last election, Miko, there was another person who ran against him who didn't even come close to Raymond Lopez. And so I think, yeah, like getting more active in the organizing other people's races is really important. And the last thing I'll say is in terms of self-care, in terms of hope, I think it's really easy in the current state of affairs, not just with immigration, but globally, to like
lose hope, right? And so I always come back, and this is how I always end these kind of presentations. With my last slide, I didn't get a chance to, but it was a quote by Marian Pava, who's a social justice educator and organizer, who's coined the phrase "hope is a discipline." And she's an abolitionist working to dismantle the powerful state. So I think for all of us, right, we have to remember that hope is a discipline, that imagining a different world is not easy, that the goal of the oppressors is to limit our imagination about what is possible, especially what is possible without them. So I think, yeah, imagining more for the world that we live in for ourselves and to fight for it is what we all need to act and take breaks as much as we need. Yeah. Poverty she left when her family immigrated from Iguala, Mexico. On the journey, we learned about Reina's difficult relationship with her parents, the ways in which she sacrificed her time at college by taking care of her teenage sister, her experience teaching at Los Angeles public schools, and the eventual steps she took that enabled her to become the writer she is today. The moment I highlight is when she's trying to get her first book published, and an agent is sending out her first novel, Across 100 Mountains, to editors. After many rejections, finally a Latino editor from a major New York press expresses interest in publishing the book, with the caveat, however, that she makes some major revisions, or, as Reina puts it, he asks her to do the unthinkable because, in the editor's words, quote, no one is going to care about the story of an immigrant girl looking for her missing father. What the editor instead wanted was, quote, Chica Lit, or a book about middle-class Latinas who have assimilated into mainstream American culture. Reina ultimately and bravely rejects the editor's offer and is eventually awarded when, after 27 rejections, if I'm remembering right, the book is finally picked up by an editor who wants to publish it. Why was it so hard to find an editor willing to publish the book, and what can we understand from the fact that the first editor who was provisionally interested was interested in only publishing literature about middle-class assimilated Latinas? I think it's precisely this issue of class, of presenting poverty in clear and humane terms, of showing the many ways that hierarchical class structures in both post and pre-NAFTA Mexico makes life unlivable, breaks apart families, and causes people to die as they make the perilous trek from Mexico and across the border, or causes those who stayed to be exposed to misogynistic violence, or to be heartbroken, or to go mad with sadness, anger, and grief. These realities of class, migration, movement, and state and social violence were precisely what was so unpalatable to this editor, but it is precisely the artistic rendering of these issues that makes Reina Grande's work, and in particular Across 100 Mountains, so important and influential. It is precisely her ability to give an aesthetic and literary form and voice, to make Juana, the book's protagonist, into a character whose quest is both epic in scope while also being as real and human as possible. Because the literary establishment could not understand these stories, because the specificity of poverty and sexual violence and survival, of being an immigrant child who is forced to live the life of an adult who is not allowed to be a child, who must not only take care of herself, but who must also take care of those who are supposed to take care of her. The specificity of this kind of pain, this kind of adaptation and transformation and resilience and desire was, at the time, more than most of the literary establishment could take. And in my over 20 years of being a teacher and a writer, I've heard these kinds of stories over and over again, of immigrant or working class experiences being deemed unreadable by those who do not want to see the realities they would rather not confront. This is about middle and upper class whiteness being the default mode of United Statesian literary culture. was also about language, words, rhythms, voices, in the literary establishment not being able to accept the validity of languages it does not speak and lives it does not wish to understand. I want to acknowledge Reina's determination to publish her powerful, vital, and transformative work about child migration in the Americas and to insist on its importance, meaning, and value. I'd also like to suggest that it was just this kind of determination that has paved the way for our current moment. Perhaps it's just a little bit easier to publish the stories of undocumented child migrants. And I want to suggest that the success of recent books, like Javier Zamora Solito or Marcelo Castillo Hernandez's Children of the Land, would not have been possible without the model that Reina provided. Across 100 Mountains reads as both an epic of a child migrant searching for her father, a la Juan Preciado and Juan Rulfo's masterwork Pedro Páramo, presenting a brutal depiction of class conditions in both Mexico and the United States, while also showing the ways in which family and love and land and trauma manifest in the bodies of those migrants who do everything in their power to breathe, to thrive, and survive. And in fact, migration has been at the core of so much of her writing, and in her impressive career, she has been able to create a body of work that is unique, memorable, and fully her own in the languages it uses to convey the humanity of those who migrate. I could go on, but this one you should hear more from Reina herself. Reina Grande's books include The Distance Between Us, A Dream Called Home, Across 100 Mountains, and The Ballad of Love and Glory. With Sonia Guinanzaca, she's the co-editor of the anthology Somewhere We Are Human, Authentic Voices on Migration, Survival, and New Beginnings. Many honors include an American Book Award, Premio Aztlán Literary Award, and the Latino Book Award. Her work is taught in schools around the country. My niece is a freshman at UC Santa Cruz, and she just Reina's alma mater, and just told me that she had to read her book in one of her first-year classes, and has been translated into many languages. It's a great privilege to have her here today, so please join me in welcoming Reina.
Yeah, I'm not that grande, right? I feel tall. Thank you so much, Daniel. That was incredible. I cannot believe you were talking about me. Like, who is this Reina Grande? I want to meet her. This sounds amazing. Thank you so much. I'm very humbled by your words. And thank you everybody for being here today. It has been such a powerful day, and I have learned so much today. I'm really grateful to all of you for your research, for your sharing your lived experiences, for your advocacy, and your passion for making this world a better place and for uplifting immigrants and making sure that their humanity has been honored and their rights are being respected. So I just want to say how grateful I am. And also it's been so interesting to kind of take it all in from within and without, right? Because as somebody who experienced this firsthand, like I feel it in my body, but it's also nice to see it from the outside and to have more like context, like more historical context, political context, social context about my experience as an immigrant. And it really helps me to understand the life I have lived and the non-choices my parents made and how forced displacement and separation. It gives me so much more context. So thank you so much for putting this together and for inviting me to participate and to be here and to learn from all the presenters today. So I'm gonna start my presentation with answering the question I get asked a lot, which is, why do you write? So let me get ready. So most writers, or all writers, get asked this question, why do you write?
And for me, writing has come to be a tool of resistance. You know, we've been talking throughout the day about resistance, and it has become that for me because through the years of being a published writer, I have seen how writing is such a powerful tool for activism. And I didn't know that before when I was a younger writer, and then I came to see that how it is literary activism, and how every time I lock myself in my office, I'm protesting. You know, I am like protesting. My books for me have become a form of resistance in that for many years. You know, I let society make me feel that I should be ashamed of being an immigrant. And I think most of us immigrants go through that existential crisis, and we are shamed and into silence, right? And we hide who we are, and we don't go around telling people our story. And so every time I would sit down to write, it was my way of saying, no, I'm not going to buy into that anymore. I'm not going to allow society to silence me. I'm going to write about it. I'm going to share about these experiences. And then the more I wrote about them, even though it was really scary to write about these things and make myself really vulnerable on the page, but then I started hearing from other immigrants, other people who would say, that's my story too. I went through that too. And little by little, I feel like, oh, I'm part of a community. I'm not alone in this pain and the struggle. And then like people would share about how reading my work opened their eyes to things they hadn't thought about before. So that's how I started to gain more confidence and to see that yes, that books and our stories can be a powerful tool for activism, and sharing them. That's what we should do as a form of resistance, as a way to push back against the silencing and the invisibility. So that's what my writing is for me. So now it's like every time I sit down to write, it's because I want to advocate for my community. I want to push for social justice and for social change. I want to educate people. I want to heal my community, you know, bring us closer to healing our collective trauma, and also empower my community, right? So these are the things that drive me now as a writer. Like, this is what I want to do with my art, and this is what it means to me. But when I first started to write, when I was 13, I did not have that desire to advocate and to resist and persist and to be like the voice for my community or to empower my community. I didn't have those desires. I was struggling. I was a 13-year-old drowning in my own immigrant trauma. And I was lucky enough that I discovered writing. And I turned to writing as therapy, as a way to heal myself. And that's all it meant to me, my writing. It was for me. I only wrote for me, for my eyes only. And I started to feel that every time I would write down what I was feeling, what I was going through, I could breathe again a little bit, you know. And so as an undocumented youth growing up in a society that told me that in many different ways that I wasn't welcome here, that I didn't have a right to make a home here, I found home in my writing. And that's what my writing has meant to me. It is my home. It is the place where I feel that I truly belong. And it was my writing that ultimately showed me the path forward and that liberated me. And so back then, of course, when I was a young writer, I hadn't yet heard these words to describe what I was feeling. I didn't know the words trauma or toxic stress, anxiety, PTSD, depression, all of those things I didn't know. I just felt it in my body because, your body feels the trauma, right? And so I was constantly feeling it in my body and in my mind. And I knew that I needed to find like some way of letting it out. Because when it comes to trauma, if you hold it all in, you will either implode or explode. And so I was very fortunate that as a young girl, I discovered that art has the power to help us heal ourselves, help us process our traumas, or helps us transform our traumas instead of letting our traumas transform us. And so I embraced that, and I embraced art, and I embraced my writing as a lifeline, and it's what kept me sane. It was a way of desahogarme. I love that word in Spanish, desahogarme. Así era como yo me desahogaba a través de la escritura. When I went to university, and by then I realized that I could pursue a career as a professional writer. I could turn this passion that I had for stories into a career. And I went to university to learn how to become a storyteller and take a lot of creative writing classes. And I dedicated myself to writing. And for me, like one of the things that really pushed me to write was I wanted to write stories about immigration. And I wanted to write especially from the point of view of children. And I was an avid reader since I was a young girl. When I learned English, or as I was learning English, I turned to reading as a way to learn the language. And then after that, I fell in love with stories. But due to the lack of diversity in the publishing industry, I didn't have access to books that reflected my experience. And especially I didn't have access to books about immigration or about child immigrants. And so what I did have access to was books that made me feel even more of an outsider. And so I was fascinated, by these books because I knew that in real life I could never be their friend. Someone like me didn't exist in their circles, but my library card gave me access to white middle class American adventures and experiences. And so I read all these books because I love to read. But again, like even with literature, I just started feeling like there's a border, there's a literary border that I need to cross, and I felt like an outsider. But later, I discovered, right, like Toni Morrison, she says, if there's a book that you want to read, but it hasn't been written yet, then you must write it. And I really embrace that philosophy. I really think it's true that when we're yearning for something that doesn't exist yet, then let's create it. Like, how can we create it? And for me, like, this really spoke to me because there were so many books that I wish I could read, but I wasn't finding them. They weren't there. And so I realized, well, then I'm going to have to write. I'm going to have to write those books that I want to read. And this desire to see the experiences of children immigrants was so strong that that's what drove me to then start writing Across 100 Mountains, which we heard a little bit about earlier. I started writing that book as a university student. It was my senior project for my BA. And so for me, this one of the things that I wanted to do as I began to write Across 100 Mountains was I wanted to explore and understand the experiences of child immigrants. And originally, I really wanted to write an autobiography. I wanted to write a memoir. I wanted it to be about me and my siblings. But I was 22 years old, and honestly, the trauma was too much. I was still living through it. I hadn't had time to process it. I didn't have as much distance from it because I was still living it, right? And so I decided that instead of writing a memoir, I was going to write a novel inspired by my experiences. But what fiction did for me was that then it allowed me to have a little distance from the story. And I wrote in third person, which is even another distance, right? Because instead of saying I went through this, it's like, no, it's Juana who's going through this. And even if I wrote things that really happened to me, I would say, no, but this is happening to Juana, not to you. And so the fiction really allowed me to be able to still write about my immigrant experience, but from a little bit of a distance, so that I can actually get through the project without falling apart. And questions that I wanted to answer or explore as I was writing was, these questions like, what happens to children when their parents migrate? What's it like to be left behind? What are the positive and negative consequences of parental migration? And what are the effects of parental absence on children? In what way does migration impact the family? How does it lead to its disintegration? What is lost and what is gained in the process of migration? What are the long-term psychological consequences of being left behind and of family separation? And what's the true cause of the pursuit of a better life? Right? So these are questions that I had and that I wanted people to also think about. Because a lot of times when we talk about migration, we don't think about some of these things. And so for me, it was really important to bring these questions into the conversation and to at least start thinking about those things, right? And so in Across the 100 Mountains, I was able to answer some of these questions. So for me, one of the things that is really important as we, explore the experiences of children, child immigrants, and youth is really thinking about the confusions and the contradictions of childhood. And I know in the panels we've talked a lot about that and the rights of children and the rights to a childhood. And to me, I practice this with my own children now, is that childhood should be something to be enjoyed, not to be survived. And yet, so many of our children have had to survive their childhoods, and nobody escapes it unscathed. It bear the scars, the battle wounds of your childhood, and some of us more than others, of course. So I think a lot about immigrant trauma. And I know sometimes when we talk about immigrant trauma, we talk about the trauma of the border crossing or the trauma of arrival. But trauma begins even before the children set foot at the border. It begins when they're born because of the circumstances and situations they're born into, such as poverty, violence, instability in their homes. So they're already born into some trauma, and of course it gets worse from that when parents migrate and then there's separation, and then the people that they're left with also contribute to their trauma. So I wanted to explore in my work what happens to the children who are left behind. And I spend, with Across 100 Mountains, I spend half of the book exploring that experience. And then in the distance between us, half of the book takes place in Mexico because I wanted to give it the time and space for me to be able to explore that, what it's like to be left behind. And then, of course, there's the migration, the traumas during the journey. And some of us have it easier than others. Some of us never make it out of that border crossing. They don't live to tell the tale, right? And so, as a survivor of my border crossing, then I have to carry some survivor's guilt also that I struggle with every time I hear of a child that died at the border. I carry that death inside of me, because then I feel guilty that I made it and they didn't, right? So thinking about the traumas during the crossing and then what happens when they arrived and the traumas of being here in this country and everything that they go through. So for me, my trauma, so talking about the before migration, my trauma started when I was born. I was born in the state of Guerrero, which is the second poorest state in Mexico, and almost 70% of the population in Guerrero lives in poverty or extreme poverty. And when I was born, my family, was very humble, muy humilde. They did not have much. Especially when it came to education. We didn't have opportunities for education. So my maternal grandfather was illiterate because he never got the chance to go to school. And my father went to the 3rd grade and my mother went to the 6th grade. And so they had to work. They had to leave school and work as children so that they could help their parents put food on the table. And when my siblings and I came into this world, we came into a family that was struggling. And because of that struggle, my father was forced to leave. Right? Like many, many parents, many fathers who have to leave their wives and their children behind to go search for a better life for them. So my father came here when I was 2. And I had no memories of my dad. In my earliest memories, my father was already gone. And what I remember is his absence, right? He wasn't there. And the reason why I knew what he looked like was because we had a picture of him, this photograph of my father we had hanging on the wall. And that's how I knew this is who my father is. And sometimes I would talk to the picture because I would think that I was talking to my dad. And I had a lot of love for that photograph, and I still have it to this day. I still have it with me in my office with me, because in a way that photograph became my father, right? And so when my father was gone, life was difficult, but not as difficult because we still had our mother. We were still a little family, we were still a little family unit. And so I feel like when it comes to a trauma, like that was not my most traumatic moment for me, that my father left. My most traumatic moment for me was when my mother left, and this is the last picture we have of us with our mother when she left, and I was 4, and that to me is really the moment of the biggest trauma. And this is the case for children in this situation, because like when one parent leaves, at least the family can still be a unit. But when the second parent leaves, the family the children are left to restructure the family unit. And to me, that was the most traumatic moment, and especially our mothers. I think to this day I still struggle with that maternal void that she left behind, right? And so the absence of my mother was the hardest on my mental health, and even to this day it affects me in a way how I mother my children because of that moment in my life. And so family separation, it's something that for me it's a really important topic to talk about, and not just like family separation as we come to see it today in terms of like families that are being separated at the border. Like I think that experience is is slightly different from like what the family separation that I'm talking about in terms of like the father leaving and the mother leaving, and then like it's a slow progression, but it's also like long lasting trauma. And for me, like some of the things that, as I mentioned earlier, is how it impacts the children, and that the the children are the ones that are left behind to reconstruct or reorganize their lives around the absence, around the void that their parents leave behind. And so one of these quotes that I really love by Mirna Carranza, where she says, parental migration, especially the mothers, disrupts the children's sense of safety, security, and their sense of belonging. And parental migration leaves behind a new family structure that is based around grief and uncertainty. So when parents leave and they leave their children behind, they leave them in the care of relatives sometimes, or friends, or other caregivers. In my case, my parents left us with our paternal grandparents, and it was not an easy situation being with my paternal grandparents. They really resented the responsibility they were left with. Um, they made us feel like we were a burden, and they never let us forget que éramos arrimados, right? Así nos sentíamos, éramos los arrimados. We were a burden to them, and their treatment of us really exacerbated the way we were already feeling about our parents being gone. And so not only were we struggling with that separation from our parents, but now also feeling like we were a burden, we were unwanted by the people that we were left with. And they mistreated us, and they would spend the money that our parents would send to them for our care. They would spend it on other things. And so my siblings and I often asked ourselves, like, what's the point? What's the point of having our parents working in the US, making dollars, and we're worse off than when they were here? And so to us, like that was a really big struggle. And one of the things, that was brought up earlier in the panels was talking about the youth and adolescents, the older siblings, and what they go through. Because I'm really grateful that I was the younger one, because my older sister, Mago, was the one who was left to face the brunt of that separation. She was really forced to give up her childhood completely and become the surrogate mother. And so she wasn't even 9 yet when she had to become the mother, right? And this really impacted her, being left with that burden of suddenly being the mother, the little mother, and having to take care of us and having to like meet our emotional needs when our own grandparents were not able to do that. But not just our emotional needs, but even like our physical needs too, because sometimes when we didn't have enough to eat, it was Mago who like went to get a job at the train station selling quesadillas so that she could bring home quesadillas to us, or make a little extra money. And so she was the one that had to constantly be looking out for us, taking care of us, and she was protecting us, and she was my shield, right, against all the things that were happening to us. And to this day, I am very grateful to my sister because I know that like my mental health is not as bad because she was the one who took that load off of me and protected me. And so it's her mental health that for me is like suffered a lot because she was left with all of that responsibility. So that's another question like to talk about as we talk about child immigrants is how does being forced to become the parent, how does that impact and what's the long-term effect of that? And so my siblings and I were, during these years of separation, we were we were like on survival mode. And we were constantly living in chronic fear because we were afraid of being forgotten by our parents, abandoned by our parents, but also replaced by our parents, which is like one of the worst things that a child can ever feel is that sense of replacement by US born children. And sure enough, after my mother left, a few months after she left, we got a call that she was going to have a baby. And then we had a new sister born here in the United States. And when we got the news that my mother was pregnant and they were going to have a baby, the first thing that my sister said, they're replacing us already. And so, like, just added, like, that just added to the trauma of being separated from our parents. And it created an even bigger distance between us. So one of the things when we talk about poverty, and I talked about poverty earlier in terms of my hometown and the state of Guerrero and its poverty, but as Mother Teresa says, we think sometimes that poverty is only being hungry, naked, and homeless, but the poverty of being unwanted, unloved, and uncared for is the greatest poverty. And so my siblings and I experienced poverty in every way imaginable during the time that we were separated from our parents. For me, like one of the things that has been really helpful in terms of my mental health and in terms of like being able to understand this experience of migration outside of myself, and to have like more context for it so that I can heal from it is, things like this, like the symposium and hearing from other experts on immigration, hearing about mental health, hearing about politics, hearing about like history, and to give me more like social political context of my own experience. And some years ago when we were witnessing all the separations that were happening at the border, one of the positive outcomes that came out of that was that there was more awareness about the mental health of immigrant children. And for the first time, I started to see, even in mainstream media and beyond, articles focus on trauma and how family separation impacts children. And I was so blown away by it all, by just seeing all these articles after articles coming out that finally address the mental health of immigrant children and the impact of family separation and how like it literally reshapes the structure of their brain because of all the toxic stress and anxiety and everything that they live through. And so in reading all these articles about what these children at the border were experiencing, and psychologists like really like going more in depth into how migration and separation impacts children, it gave me more understanding of my experience, and it was really something that I felt was so necessary to have. And we finally started to have a conversation or more conversations about this and finally really think about the mental health of our immigrant children and youth. So I'm very grateful for everyone who has been writing about the mental health of immigrant children. And it has helped me and it has helped others and it has helped people that want to help these children and youth so that and families, to make sure that they have all the resources and all the help they need to overcome this trauma and to be able to live like healthy lives and to like not allow this this trauma to define who they are and to break away from it, right? So all this research is really important and it has been on a personal level, it has been extremely important to me to learn more about my experience as an immigrant. So when I was 9, one of the happiest days of my life happened when my father came back. And I am always very grateful for this moment, and I treasure this moment, treasure this memory of my father standing before me in the flesh. Because I know that there's so many children that have gone through this experience that they never get that moment. They never get to see their dad come back or their mom come back. They don't get to experience that joy. And so I treasure it immensely, that memory of having my father right there in front of me. It was a little shocking because I had gotten used to seeing my father in that black and white photograph. And then when I saw him in person, it was like, oh wow, he's in color, And so that was a little shocking for me. But it was just an incredible feeling of finally seeing my father in the flesh and for him to be back. And of course, my dad at the time had to make a very difficult choice, which again and again, parents get blamed and shamed and they get accused of everything that happens to the children because they make the choice to bring them here. And that was another thing that was happening, when during the zero tolerance policy and parents were being blamed for their children being taken from them. And I remember Jeff Sessions said, well, if parents don't want their children taken from them, they shouldn't bring them in the first place. And that really pissed me off so much. And I wanted to defend my father. I wanted to defend all the parents who had been forced to make that very, very difficult choice of risking their children's lives just to give them a better life. And I have come to have a lot of compassion for my father because I feel like no parent should ever be put in that position. And it's really sad that we live in the kind of world where a parent has to make that incredible, heartbreaking decision of the only way to put their families back together is by risking the lives of their children. And I'm very grateful to my dad because he had the courage to do that, whereas now I, as a parent, I'm spared that. I don't have to make that decision because he saved me from making that decision by him being the one to bear the brunt of that, right? And so I have a lot of compassion and appreciation and gratitude for my father, for all the parents who have to be forced into that. So my dad, he hired a coyote to bring us across the border, and that border crossing, if you want to read like really in depth what border crossings are like I encourage you to pick up Javier Zamora's new memoir, Solito, that was mentioned earlier, because the whole book is about his border crossing, and it's just incredible to me, like how he takes the reader along in that journey, and you like really feel it and see it and hear it. For me, like when I wrote about my border crossing, it was like 2 chapters of capturing what that experience was like. Because as I was writing, I spent so much time like detailing what it was like to be separated from my parents, and then I spent a lot of time detailing what it was like when we reunited and the consequences of the separation. And so I didn't have a lot of time for the border crossing, so I kind of went through it in a quick way. But I talk about how we got caught twice by La Migra, and we made it on the 3rd try. And I always remember that moment of our border crossing. And as I mentioned earlier, for me, like sometimes I carry that guilt of having survived the border crossing when I hear again and again and again, like all the children that have perished at the border and who did not make it across. And so the fact that I lived and that I survived, sometimes like that kind of weighs on me, and I never forget how my story could have played out. Right? Like there's different endings in the multiverse. Maybe those are the endings that I could have had. I could have been detained. I could have been deported. I could have ended up dead in the border. And so I think about that a lot as I try to honor the fact that I did survive, and to try to make something of that. So now I'll talk a little bit about after migration. So the traumas, trauma before, the trauma during the migration, and then now the traumas after, which is when immigrants arrive, like what happens when immigrants arrive. And for me and my siblings, one of the hardest things of arrival was when we crossed the border. We were so happy. We thought finally we can put the border behind us, no more borders, we crossed it, we're here. And then we were confronted with the realization that this country doesn't just put up geographical borders. There's all kinds of other borders that immigrants have to face. There's the cultural borders, and then there's the legal borders, and then there's economic borders, the language borders, and even within the family, there's borders too, especially because of the separation. And so we were confronted with borders that we had to cross. And the one I want to share with you is the language border, because that has stayed with me even to this day. It still continues to impact me. And it impacts me even in my writing, because I don't write in Spanish. I write in English. And it's because of the language trauma and what I experienced as a young immigrant girl in California public schools. When I first arrived, my school didn't have any resources for immigrant children. And nowadays, like I really love the schools that have implemented like newcomer centers, for example, or who are really like hands-on on trying to help the immigrant students when they arrive, and to really try to make the process a little bit easier for them, and more nurturing, more caring, and like trauma-informed teaching practices, all of that. So I'm grateful for those things, because when I first arrived, my school that I went to, now they have those things. They even have the adult language immersion program, which is really wonderful, like offering bilingual education. They didn't have that when I first got here, and they only had the English-only classroom, sink or swim situation. And so I was put into a classroom where I didn't speak the language, and my teacher didn't speak Spanish. And the way she dealt with the immigrant kids was to put us in a corner and then ignore us the rest of the year. And so sitting there in that corner and watching yet another border, before me, and feeling invisible, feeling voiceless, like it really started to take a toll on the way I saw myself. And that's when I started to feel ashamed of my native language, because I was made to feel that I spoke the wrong language. And that's like one of the worst things that you can ever do to an immigrant kid, is to make them feel ashamed about the language they speak. because it's a psychological violence that is done to children when you shame them for the language that they speak, and then they start to internalize it, that there's something wrong with them, right? That there's something wrong with the way they speak and the way they look, and then little by little they start feeling like they're not enough, and feelings of inadequacy start to happen, and low self-esteem, and so many different things that happen to children when we make them feel ashamed of their language. And so that's what started to happen to me when I first arrived, and being told over and over and over again, that I had to speak English only, that I spoke the wrong language, and I was basically shamed into learning English. And it was never about honor your mother tongue, retain your mother tongue. And so one of the things, as I learned is how, like, for example, UNESCO defines learning a second language as in addition to your mother tongue. That ideally, that's how one learns a second language. You're adding, right? You're adding. But a lot of times, immigrant children, instead of adding, they're subtracting, they're replacing. So I finally found a word to describe what I went through as a kid, which is subtractive bilingualism. And so you're not adding a language, you're not becoming bilingual. You're replacing your mother tongue with a new language. And that is a very, very violent thing that is done to our immigrant children when we don't honor their native tongue, when we don't honor their cultural heritage and their language. So that's one form of trauma that I'm still kind of grappling with, which is the language trauma. But of course, the other trauma that to this day I'm still also dealing with is that trauma of family disintegration, right? Because there's a family separation, and then what happens when a family gets back together again? And a lot of school psychologists have been dealing with that, school counselors, teachers, especially in K-12 schools. They're the ones that are at the forefront of that, because they're dealing with the consequences of family reunification, because families are so traumatized and sometimes they don't function the way they used to. And so that's something that I feel it's really important to talk about when we talk about immigrant children. It's what happens when they are reunited with their families. And can a family put itself back together again and function the same? And how does long-term separation affect the parent-child dynamic? And also things to think about is, what are the challenges of rebuilding their lives together? And is it possible, and how can we help to make sure that immigrant families, when they are finally reunited, that they function again, that they put themselves back together again? And my family really, really struggled with that. That has been the greatest struggle that we've had to face as a family, is how to function again, because we really did disintegrate due to our immigrant experiences. And when my siblings and I came to live in the United States and were finally reunited with our father and our mother, my parents were split up, but my mother didn't live too far from us. But the family had fallen apart, and the dysfunction was there. The family dynamics were really complicated, especially because we had grown, my brother and I had grown to see our older sister as the parent. And she had come to see herself as the parent. And so she was constantly butting heads with our father, because he wanted to exert his parental authority over us. And so there was a lot of clash, because she was the parent now. And so for her to kind of be forced to go back to being a child again, after so many years of being a parent, that created a lot of conflict, and she was always looking out for us. And my father, he had forgotten how to be a father, it seemed, because when we arrived to live with him, he was he was very abusive, very violent, and so we had to deal with a lot of that, and we had trust issues. Like that's something that happens when kids are separated from their parents for so long. Is that the trust is lost, and parents have to gain the trust of their children again, and sometimes that is very, very difficult for parents to do, especially when parents sometimes feel that their children are being ungrateful. I hear that a lot when I visit schools, and parents say, well, my kids are so ungrateful, they don't appreciate everything I've sacrificed for them. And parents sometimes neglect to understand that for that child, the money they sent home was not the sign of love that the parents thought it was, right? That for the child, it's really about the fact that they were not there. That's what matters. And so there's a clash between what parents would like their children to appreciate and to understand, and then what children would like the parents to understand about their experience. So sometimes there's like a lack of communication where neither the parents or the children are able to express how they're feeling or what they're thinking or be able to share what they've gone through. And that's really important for families to be able to heal, is to have that kind of communication, to be able to feel safe enough to express how you felt without being judged or without your parents shutting you down and saying, eres un ingrato, no aprecias lo que hice por ti. And then like parents shut down their children when the children want to share with them what they went through and how they felt. So there's a lot of that trauma and emotional distress. And then, of course, children have anger issues and they feel resentment and fear. And another thing, too, is a fantasy versus a reality that you have to kind of deal with, because, like, for example, when my siblings and I were in Mexico, we used to fantasize what life in the U.S. was going to be like, and we used to romanticize what life with our parents was going to be like, and we put our father up on a pedestal, and he was our idol, and our hero. He was going to come back and save us one day, and so we romanticized the heck out of him, and then we come to live with him, and he doesn't match. He doesn't live up to our fantasies. Like, that's not the guy we were fantasizing about. That was not the father. And so we have to grapple with that, with the reality versus the fantasy. And that was very, very difficult. And then, of course, the lack of access to mental health. I feel that my family could have done a better job of at least being able to overcome some of these things to function again, but we didn't have the resources. We didn't have the help. We had no access to mental health services. And there's also that taboo, right, in our culture, where, like, nowadays we're starting to have more open conversations about mental health and normalizing, but back then it was taboo to say, hey, I need therapy. Or we didn't even know that we needed therapy in some cases. So, so then for me, like, it's important to talk about the distances. And when I was writing my memoir, I titled it "The Distance Between Us," because I wanted to shed light on the many kinds of distances that are created during because of migration. There's that geographical distance, of course, but then when the family is reunited, you take away that geographical distance, but there's still all kinds of distances that remain or that are created. So there's emotional distance, and then as children grow up and they begin to assimilate and acculturate into U.S. society, assimilation becomes a distance between them and their parents. And then language becomes a distance. Once they learn English and the parents don't, language starts to become a distance. And then even education. can be a distance too, because like when my siblings and I set foot in our junior high school, we surpassed our parents in their educational experience. And little by little, even education started to become a distance. And it became even more pronounced when I went off to college. Like, what do my parents know about the college experience? What do my siblings know? You know, so even that became education became a distance, and that's how like that disintegration of my family happened. That it unraveled, and so my siblings did what we have always done, which is to turn to each other for comfort as we navigated all of these struggles, all of this trauma. We had each other. And that's another thing that I'm grateful for, because I know there's so many children that face this alone, you know, who don't have a sibling, who don't have anyone. And so for me, like, I have always been so grateful that I had my siblings, because they're the ones that gave me strength. And my sister, you know, continued to be our little mother, even here in the U.S. She continued to perform that role of the parent, because we were in such a dysfunctional family. But she was there, very steadfast, very steady in her support, and she was the one that helped me as we navigated this culture, as we learned, you know, how to be American and how to hold on to our Mexican roots. And again, you know, as I turned to my writing as a way to like heal myself and empower myself, for me it has always been so important that we went through this together and that we gave each other the strength to carry on. So I wanna just I wanna conclude, you know, by just thanking you again for everything that you do for our immigrant youth, our immigrant children, our immigrant families. This symposium has been so important for me, like learning more and being able to feel that we're part of this big community, you know, of people that from every different place in our lives, whether you know you're a professor or you're a psychologist or you're an artist or you're a student, and wherever we are in our lives, we're able to come together to advocate for this very vulnerable population, and we're able to unite and to uplift this community and to let them know that they are welcome here and that we care, and we're going to continue to do everything we can to make sure that we respect who they are, and that we honor their dignity and their right to have a healthy life and to be together as a family, because they have the right to be together as a family. So thank you so much. Thank you again for having me here today.
Thank you again for that. We do have time for just a couple questions, if anybody would like to just pose one. One here, and we have another one back there. So maybe we'll do it like we did before. Questions.
Yeah.
Thank you for your words. I would like to
would ask what do you think, or what is our challenge with the newcomers right now, with the kids that we are seeing all kind of in this harsh condition, right? So yeah, it's just that is not what our decision is putting our strategy to solidarity, not just in transport assistance, but person assistance that we need to hope our life in general, like our solidarity as immigrants, friends, parents, siblings, I don't know.
One last.
Thank you so much, Irina. You mentioned having a child, and I was wondering if you could comment on how this experience has impacted your mother.
Yeah, I kind of opened myself up for that. Talking about my mother, I'll answer that one first. Yeah, no, I'm working through that because before I had the bad habit of constantly minimizing or invalidating my children's struggles because I would always compare them to mine. Even little things, like for example, when my daughter was younger, and I liked walking, so I would like make her walk to school. When I walked her to school, it was a 10-minute walk. It wasn't that far. But you know, she's in second, third grade, and she's like, why are we walking? Why can't you drive me like other mothers do? And then I'll say, when I was your age, I ran across the U.S. border. You can walk 10 minutes, like that. So I was always comparing, and that now like I'm trying to like realize, wait, what my children go through, like that's their struggles. Even if to me they're small, but they're still their experiences, and I need to honor that. But it has been hard, and one of the things I really struggle with, even to this day, is when I leave. Even like the fact that I'm here in Chicago, I'm not back home in California, and when I walk away with my little suitcase, I'm the mother that's leaving. And then I think back of my childhood when my mother walked away from me. And then there's a little voice in my head that says, you're becoming like your mother, you're your mother again. And you're leaving your kids, and you're such a bad mother. You know what I mean? So I have to work through that constantly. And so that's how my trauma as a kid has impacted how I parent. And then the question about my family when I wrote the memoirs. When I was writing The Distance Between Us, I told my siblings that I was writing the book, and they helped me. They especially helped me with the first half of the book, which is when I'm trying to reconstruct or recreate my childhood, and there were some gaps in my memory because I was very little, and so then my sister would sit with me and tell me all her memories. So I borrowed a lot from her memories, from my brother's memories, and together we reconstructed that. And I thought that was one of the most beautiful things as I was working on the book, because I really wanted my siblings to know that this wasn't just my journey, it was our journey. I wanted for them to feel ownership of it too, and to know that I was writing our story. And so that was really helpful. Of course, not everybody was happy with me writing this memoir, and my father's sisters were angry at me because they said I disrespected my grandmother by writing about how mean she was when we lived with her and all the bad things that she did to us. And they're like, you're disrespecting her memory. She passed away. Why can't you honor her, and why do you have to do that? So they're still angry, even to this day, they're still angry with me about it. But I feel fine having to because, let me tell you, because I did not write this memoir out of revenge. I know why I wrote it, and it was never my intention to say, oh, now I'm going to get back at everybody who hurt me, so watch out, I'm going to write they air all our dirty laundry and write all these things about you to get back at you for why you did. So I know why I did it, and my intentions were good. And I'm sorry to my abuelita if I offended her, but I'm gonna stand by my truth. And si me viene a jalar las patas después, okay, I'll have a talk with her about it. But yeah, so like you gotta stand in your truth, but make sure that when you do things, you're doing it out of the right place, right? The right place in your heart. Okay, and then the last question was about the challenges. I mean, I think, as I mentioned earlier, like one of the things that I'm seeing is how educators and schools are really trying their best to meet the needs of all the newcomers, all the children and the families that are arriving. So that's something that I'm seeing that I'm grateful for. And I really hope that through all this research that's been happening and us having these conversations, that we can continue to provide more resources and find more ways that we can help as a community.
And I think we are out of time, so we will give everybody one more round of applause.
Thank you very much. It was great. Thank you so much. So, it is time to close our symposium, regrettably. 9 months ago, in February this year, we started to plan this event, this encounter, and when I say we, it is because many people worked together to push forward this event. I would like to extend my warmest thanks to Dr. Jonathan Guinda, Professor and Director of the Department of Latin American and Latino Studies, and Dr. Sloan Williams, Head of the Department of Anthropology, for their full support of this event. I also thank the Department of Latin American and Latino Studies, which through the funds from the Mellon Foundation and in co-sponsorship with the Department of Anthropology and Gender and Women's Studies, made this event possible. I would also like to thank a lot of staff from LALS that have been working so hard for 9 months to help us be here together. Marta Ayala, Ivan Raya, who's now a filmmaker, Kelsey Argomani, Zora Kazi from LALS, for your huge work. You have been coordinating flyers, logistics, delicious food, and being aware of all the details for this symposium. Thanks to the Institute for the Humanities for hosting us here in this beautiful space, and also to the Department of Sociology for allowing us to have lunch today in their room. I also like to thank the Mexican photographer Ernesto Alvarez, who allowed us to use 2 of his beautiful photos for the flyer and poster of our event, to Valentina Grobner for your constant feedback, and of course to my colleagues of LALS and Anthropology for your continued support. We could not have fulfilled the learning objectives of this symposium without our great moderators who sustained the dialogue through the day, our marvelous presenters, and the terrific keynote speaker, Reina Grande. With you all, through your research, activism, lived experience, art, literature, advocacy, and political role, we have been able to explore, as you know, the past and present of diverse child migration experiences across the Americas. We have understood the role of racist, violent, reinforced, and externalized border regime, the politics of care, to reimagine those politics, as Lauren was telling us in the morning. Their caretakers and communities have deployed to cope with diverse health and social impacts of migration. We have also learned how Latin American migrant children have resisted through art, poetry, narrative, imagination, political organization, and national advocacy on behalf of child migrants. Without this audience, of course, there is no possible symposium. So thank you to you all for being with us since 9 a.m. And most of you are UIC students and faculty for your presence and questions.
And as in any event, much has been left out. We were not able to reflect on other continental past and present experiences, like those of children in exile, for example, in Chile or Argentina during bloody dictatorships, or that of Afro-Latin American child migrants across South America or the Caribbean, or what happens with transcontinental migrant children coming from Africa or Asia across the Americas. However, we hope that this is one of many collective encounters at UIC with students, between departments, in collaboration with other institutions in the country and outside the country, of course, with artists and advocates to give continuity to this symposium. For instance, there is a legacy at LALS that I would like to recognize. The work of Maria de los Angeles Torres and Amalia Pañares on Cuban child migration and Latin American youth activism, respectively, that we could recover and expand in future collaborations. Today, one of every 8 international migrants is a child. In this grim present, under current circumstances, where inhumane wars only continue to escalate in Ukraine, Gaza, Sudan, political conflicts multiply, borders continue to militarize, externalize, and kill, and ecological devastation is an ongoing effect of brutal capitalism, the forced displacement of children, alone or with their families, is a core element of our present. The cycle of leaving children behind, echoing Reina Grande, or migrating alone only multiplies across the Americas. And their mobility is their strategy of survival, is the possibility of imagining and shaping other possible and livable lives. Each of today's interventions, together with the rich dialogue with you all, has shown us the strength of migrant children lies precisely in their unwavering ability to imagine, reflect, invent, play, strategize, resist, reinvent times, spaces, and recreate other possible worlds. Migrant children have been the protagonists of historical and present migration. From their lived experiences, from their voices and silences, we must learn to rebuild the world for them and hopefully interrupt the reproduction of a present of violence and death. Thank you so much for being here today.